Oh, damn, it's your girl SpaceHuggle back with another stream. Wow. Friends, folks, family, and future besties, welcome back to the stream. My name is SpaceHuggle. Great to see you guys. We're having a bit of a late stream tonight because I just woke up from my nap. Yeah. And my hair's a mess because I just woke up from my nap. And... yes, I slept in this. It was not very comfortable. Halfmaster, hello. Congratulations on first. GP, it's great to see you. Scripts, you as well. The first thing I saw when I woke up was a lovely Gumbus video. If you guys are not familiar with Gumbus, you should totally familiarize yourself with Gumbus. What a gem. Gumbus is so worth your time. So today, we're going to...
Hello, everybody.
Not watch Markiplier. Ignore that. We're going to continue... Let me make sure I don't have anything up that shouldn't be. We're going to continue our tier list of every game that we have ever played. Wow. So cool, so fabulous. Anyway, as per usual, as we did last time, if you guys want me to rate a specific game that I've played that is on this list, I will bump it up to the top. I'm not sure if we're probably not gonna get through all of these today. I think we might need one more stream of this, because we just have that many games in this list. So, I think, so the first one on this list for today is Skyrim. I know it's a little cut off, but we're talking Skyrim, specifically Elder Scrolls 5. I don't know all the different Skyrims, you're gonna have to bear with me, okay? So Skyrim has a special place in my heart, and I feel like it really doesn't deserve the love that I want to give it, but so yes, I have played Skyrim on stream. Yes, I was also a bumbling fool about it. I was just running around trying to do things that I was nowhere near ready or prepared for. I ended up gaining vampirism, and I couldn't cure myself because I didn't know how. And I've since learned how to cure my vampirism. But I'm probably not going to go back to that run. If we're going to play Skyrim again, I would like to play Skyrim modded. I think that's where Skyrim can really shine, is if you have mods. Halfmaster, what about The Witness did you find fun? It's funny. I had to remember for a second who I had a conversation with The Witness about, and it wasn't you, it was Trishan. Because Trishan was like, where did you put The Witness? And I was like, take a guess. And he thought it would be like a mid-tier, and I was like, no, I fucking hated it. So here, I will re-explain my tiers for anyone who is just joining and did not see the previous stream of this. Supreme Gaming Experience, this is S tier. I saved this for the best of the best games in my opinion, okay? A, also I'm being a real stickler about A, absolutely goated games, okay? B tier is your fun but not astounding. So I really enjoy these games, but they have their problems. They have their problems, okay? So they just don't quite make it into A tier due to one reason or another, and all of the reasons for the ones that are currently up there are in the previous tier list stream. Then you have the average gaming experience. This is C tier, okay? So for one reason or another, these ones ended up here. Now, specifically for the Portal mods, that was a struggle for me because they all blended together because I played them all on one weekend. If you weren't around at the time, I did a charity stream raising money for North Carolinians who had been affected by Hurricane Helene and had their, everything absolutely destroyed. And I played through all the Portal games in one weekend. So the first one, the second one, Reloaded, Revolution, and Nell in that order. All of those VODs are up and posted on my YouTube if you're interested, but they all melded together and it was really hard for me to choose, like, to figure out which one of these specifically I liked better or worse. There was only a few things that I really remembered about each of them that stuck out, but that was it. So that was a little bit challenging to rate those, and I might need to play them again in the future to kind of remind myself, because that whole weekend's a blur for me. So then we're into like kind of D tier, so not an achievement I'd put on the refrigerator, and there might be things about these games that I enjoyed, but they were severely lacking in ways that made me not enjoy it to the fullest extent. And it might not even just be about the game. So Lake is in here not just because it was a boring ass game, but also because I had some issues with the developers. So that kind of brings it down there. As for Fall Guys used to be this fantastic, awesome game, and then they made it free to play and absolutely destroyed it. It is riddled with bugs. There's like no one playing it anymore. Every cosmetic is worth money. It's bullshit. So I hate it now, so that's where it belongs. And the only reason why it's not all the way down here, because I did uninstall it and I will not play Fall Guys anymore, is because it used to be great. That is why I put it there. Might be fun, but not for me. This one is the most important one I want you guys to look at, because the games in here aren't necessarily bad. I just didn't enjoy them. So I can recognize that the games in here are special to the hearts of you guys and other people, I'm sure. But it wasn't for me for one reason or another. I gave my reasoning for each of them. But I can recognize that they're great. Now there's this one. There's no way anyone finds this fun. The first two are almost... David, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Huggle Bunch. Great to have you here. I'm currently doing a tier list of every game I have ever played on stream. And I'm currently doing a recap of what I did in the previous stream. So the first two in this one are almost kind of a joke, not really, because here's the thing. Golf with Your Friends is a miserable game, but I personally love it. But I feel like no one should ever find it fun. There's no way people find that fun, except people do, but it's miserable, so why do we enjoy it? I don't know, but it belongs there, okay? It belongs there for the meme, and it belongs there because it's true. And then there's League of Legends. I am possibly an addict to League of Legends. I play it all the time, and I personally really, really love it, but it's filled with a horrible, toxic community. A new CEO just came in and made a ton of shit changes, absolutely garbage. I don't understand why we find that game fun, but we do, but we shouldn't. And then there's The Witness, which I just genuinely, I personally, as much as people have tried to explain to me why they enjoy it, I don't really get it. So I don't understand why people have it fun. And then there's the fucking failure of a game, uninstall immediately, wish I could refund. This is definitely like your F tier, almost below F tier, really. Like these are games that I really am shitting on, okay? And the two games that I'm really shitting on here so far are the two Sherlock games that I played. And I showed some clips specifically from those games to show you why they were so bad, because I'm still so worked up over it, and it was like 2 years ago. So, if you ever want to see me upset, I'll just pick up the Sherlock games again. That'll be fun. Yeah, it was a few days ago. Yesterday I didn't stream. I think it was was it Wednesday? No, Wednesday we played Atomic Picnic. It must have been Monday or Tuesday. I don't remember. It was Monday or Tuesday. All the past is yesterday to me. Fair. 2 hours ago as well. Space! Oh shit, it was indeed yesterday. League is fair to put there. I agree. I personally love League. I play it all the time. But there are moments where I have a very strong love-hate relationship with it, and I will uninstall it if it gets to be too much. Anyway, so getting into our actual ones for today. Again, if you want me to bump any of these to the top, I absolutely will. We have 100 games left. So we did 60. This is I think 59, and we have 159 images in here. So we have exactly 100 games left. We're probably not going to get through them all today. There probably will be a third installment to this, but... Okay. Skyrim. As I said, I think that modded Skyrim is where Skyrim can really shine. I don't think that I will play it again unless I have mods for it, but I don't really know how to do that, and I just haven't put in the time and the effort to figuring out what mods I would even want. So I haven't played it on stream, but I would like to. I would like to play modded Skyrim on stream at some point, because I actually really enjoyed Skyrim when I played it, and I am the definition of fuck around and find out in these types of games, where I just like stumble along and screw up everything and then fix it. I feel like because I don't want spoilers, and I don't want people to handhold me along. So but I feel like the bugs in Skyrim, I can't put it A tier. I feel like I can't put it A tier because that would not be fair to everything that I put in B tier. Just because of how and also from like the devs' perspective, they keep re-releasing the same game over and over and over again without fixing any of the problems. And they're like, oh, it's Skyrim like 15th anniversary edition. You guys definitely want to pick this one up. This one's really good. And it's just like the same fucking game and nothing's different. But Skyrim, I feel like, holds a really special place in everyone's hearts, and it also does for me as well. Even though I didn't play it as a kid, I played it as an adult, I still really, really enjoyed it. But I think that it belongs in B tier. Where in B tier is a really challenge. So this fun but not astounding. I think that's generally the description that I would give to Skyrim, is that it's fun, but it's not astounding. Because of those reasons that I mentioned. Now the question is, where the fuck do I want to put it? I feel like this might be a good spot for it. I do have these in order, by the way. So Phasmo is the top of B tier for me, and Chance of Sonar is the bottom of S tier for me. I think that Skyrim, because I enjoyed Skyrim more than I enjoyed Control, specifically because of, like, you know, the scary factor. But I really loved Raft, and I don't think that I really would choose Skyrim over Raft if I was playing it for the first time. Now, Raft really doesn't have replay value for me, so I definitely would choose Skyrim over it. Because I never beat Skyrim. I just stumbled around for a million hours. Not that many. I stumbled around for maybe 15, 20 hours. Just struggling. Now I'm questioning, why did I put Gartic Phone and Jackbox so high? I feel like Among Us shouldn't be above Skyrim either. I might need to reevaluate that in a little bit, but okay, so Spirit of the North, I only gave this game like 2 to 3 hours of my time, and I was in a really bad mood that day. And it was because my grandma had passed away recently, and I was just not feeling it, and I was like, I'm just gonna play this game about a fox, and it's just gonna make me feel better. Like, I know that this game's gonna make me, and it didn't. It didn't make me feel better. So I feel like I have a unfair bias against Spirit of the North, but it very much felt like a walking simulator, and I felt like the game wasn't interesting enough or visually appealing enough to be a walking simulator. Like, I felt like I was really bored. So to be honest, I would probably put it here. I'm so sorry if you love Spirit of the North, and like I said, I didn't really give it a huge. I had gotten it for free on Epic, and I just wanted to give it a shot, and it just didn't sit right with me. But again, I was also having a really bad day, so And I actually ended stream prematurely because I was feeling so out of place. I don't even know if that VOD's available. I think I might have trashed it because I knew I was in such a bad mood that it wasn't worth posting. I don't even think that's available anymore. I don't think I have it. I could check. I'll check. YouTube keeps recommending me Ariana Grande's deluxe version of her album that just came out, but I'm not listening to it on principle, so please stop recommending that to me. Oh yeah, okay. Spirit of the North? Nope. Nope, it's gone. Fair. It's fair. Alright, Storyteller. I actually really enjoyed Storyteller. It's a very short game. I completed it, I think, in one stream. Maybe like 1.5. Story. Okay, it looks like I took my time with it. 2 streams. Roughly 6 hours of content. I really thought it was only like a 3-hour game. I don't even remember it being like a 3-hour game. I remember it being way shorter than I would have liked. And I remember the achievements being really easy, so I went to the trouble of doing them. But I actually really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it as a puzzle game. I really thought it was kind of unique. At least unique compared to the other things that I had played. I really thought it was great. I really enjoyed it, actually. So I don't think it necessarily deserves A tier, but at least B tier. If you guys aren't familiar with Storyteller, it's a puzzle game where... Sorry, I was looking this up. Where you have to, like... So it gives you this, this sort of title, and you have to build the story around it based off of these elements. And that was really cool to me. I really liked that idea. I very much enjoyed it, so I think it's gonna belong in B tier somewhere, but I feel like it kind of belongs like around Cooking Companions, because I think I generally enjoyed Storyteller more than I enjoyed Cooking Companions, just because Cooking Companions forced me to read, and I don't like reading out loud. So I think that's kind of where it belongs. B and C are always gonna, I mean, this is a bell curve, right? So B and C are gonna be like that's where everything's gonna fucking end up. I'm telling you right now. Stray. This game belongs in S. Awareness, I'm not entirely sure. I think it's either gonna go... It's gonna go near Inscription. I'll put it down here while I talk about it. So Stray is a game where you play as a cat, and I think that some people loved it as much as I did, and thought that it deserved Game of the Year, but Elden Ring won out against Stray. And then there's other people who were like, oh, well, the story was like kind of like dumb, and I disagree. I really thought that, like, I felt so emotional and I felt so connected to the characters, and like I was already crying like 10 minutes in because the cat lost its family. I mean, that literally happens in the first 5-10 minutes, that the cat falls and gets separated from its family, and the whole point of the game is that you're trying to get back to your family. Kind of similar to Little Kitty Big City in that way, except this cat has a cat family, not a human family. And I was so connected to all, I really was so connected to all the characters, and this was a game that I did 100%, and I did finish all the achievements on stream, I think. I think there's 2 streams of me achievement hunting it. I don't think that my original playthrough of Stray is available. Yeah, that was back. That was so old, back when I wasn't downloading VODs yet. So, although my original playthrough of Stray, I actually brought in a cat tree and I had my cat sitting behind me for a good portion of the stream. It was kind of cute. And then someone came in and spoiled the ending for me and I was really pissed. But I thoroughly enjoyed the game overall, and I would go back and play it anytime. And I forget who was playing it recently. Treeleaf was playing it recently, and I was in her stream watching her enjoy it for the first time, which was great. So I definitely would say that I enjoyed it more than... I mean, Portal 2 has a lot more to offer in terms of how long I felt like the game was. Because Portal 2 was like 10, 11 hours, right? And then Stray is about 6 to 7, depending on how thorough you want to be. You can beat the game in under 2 hours if you're speedrunning it, which is one of the achievements. I think that it belongs above Inscription, but I feel like Split Fiction had a lot more to offer than Stray. I don't know if I want to say that. I might say that Stray is better than Split Fiction, because Stray really has a very special place in my heart. And I think Split Fiction is probably so high just because it's new and I played it recently and cried my eyes out while playing it. And laughed my ass off while playing it, because that game makes you feel so many emotions. I don't know, there's just something about Stray that just screams emotion to me, and that's important for a game, in my opinion, for me to enjoy it, if it's a story game. So. Alright, Tabletop Simulator. Oh my god, what day is it? Okay, it's Friday. I'm gonna be, as long as Joy is feeling better, I'm gonna be streaming Tabletop Simulator with her next week, so I was like, oh my god, what day is it? Is it Wednesday? Am I supposed to be streaming with her right now? I was panicking. So, I don't want to diss a game that I'm about to play on stream again. I feel like I understand what Tabletop Simulator is all about, and, I think it's great for what it's meant to be used for, but I would so much prefer to just play the board games in person. I feel like it's kind of hard to control. I'd much rather play... Like, I would never play... I feel like I don't want to play Uno in Tabletop Simulator. That just doesn't scream to me. It's so much easier to play Uno in the actual Uno game. Or to play Uno IRL. So I feel like but it is a great way to play Cards Against Humanity, since I don't technically own Cards Against Humanity. Like in real life, but you can get anything off the community store. So it's a great way to have endless games for free. But I don't find myself playing Tabletop Simulator all that often. Maybe it's because it's hard to like... Maybe it's because there's games I would prefer over that if I'm going to be playing with my online friends. So it never kind of makes the top of the list of suggestions when I'm like, hey, do you guys want to play something? But I pretty much like never play this fucking game. I'm gonna put it in C tier. The question is where? I kind of want to use like Scribble It here as like a base to compare it to, because here's the thing, Scribble It is a lot easier, but I would enjoy the contents of Tabletop Simulator more. Tabletop Simulator requires so much more setup. Whereas Scribble It, you can just jump in and play. And yes, I do take this long for every single game, which is why it's going to take us forever to get through 160 games. And it is up to date also. The most recent game that I've played is on this, so. I don't know where to put it. I have such mixed opinions about this game. It's gonna go in C tier, but fucking where? I mean... I think, honestly, I'm just gonna put it directly above Scribble.
Hello there.
Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy, how you doing? I haven't actually. You know what? Let me. Because Jimmy's here, I'm gonna move Light Matter to the top because I know I did kind of already give a short review of that, but I feel like seeing how it compares against other things I played will help Jimmy. So I'm gonna put Light Matter at the top. Light Matter is a game that Jimmy gifted me. On the wind down before bed. Yeah, I just woke up from my nap. Well, I woke up from my nap 45 minutes ago. How am I doing? Honestly, I've had a really long week. I'm very tired. And my hair is giving me problems. Oh, that looks stupid. There we go. I'm tired and not feeling any particular way. If that answers your question. So yeah, I feel like Tabletop Simulator belongs here because it has a lot more to offer than Scribble It does, but it just doesn't, it's just not better than some of these other co-op games, in my opinion. Because I can have so much more fun with them, and again, I'd rather play the board games IRL. So, anyway. Just busy long or long? Long. Yeah, long. I feel like I spent a lot of this week like really sad. But I didn't have a particular reason for being sad. I just felt so drained and felt like... I don't know, I just very much felt like I was going through the motions pretty much the whole week. But yeah. So on to Light Matter. Light Matter is a puzzle game where the shadows kill you. And here's the thing. Light Matter compares itself a lot to Portal and throws itself into the same universe as Portal, which is fine. I will say that pretty much all these are going to be spoiler-free reviews. If I'm going to say something spoilery, I will warn you, probably. With a scathing review of my video game gifting choices. Yeah, so here's the thing. I enjoyed Light Matter as a game to play. I don't know if I necessarily would have gone out of my way to get it. It's an interesting concept, but they try to constantly compare themselves, or at least to... Like I said, they threw themselves into the same universe as Portal, and talk about Portal a lot. And I feel like that takes away from this game, because I feel like it was almost like I feel like the game that we're making follows the same structure as Portal. Therefore, we should totally reference Portal a million times. Like, I feel like that might have been what the devs' thought process, almost. I don't know. And I don't know, the exposition that, what was his name? Virgil? There's a CEO named Virgil, and he gives you the exposition throughout the whole game. And bro never shuts the fuck up. Like, I'm trying to think and figure out this puzzle, and he just keeps talking, and I'm like, stop talking. So that was honestly the only frustrating thing about the whole game for me, was that the CEO wouldn't shut the fuck up. Like, he literally Mr. Exposition. It drove me fucking mad. So I think it definitely belongs in C tier, because I would not argue that this game is better than Patrick's Paradox, which is kind of like, that's like the top of our C tier here. So I would not argue that it's better than that. Therefore, it must be in C tier. Where in C tier? I think that it belongs probably around Rusty Lake, I would say. Because here's the thing, it was, if you're looking for something to play, whether it's on stream or not, and you enjoy puzzle games, then you probably will enjoy this game. If you enjoy the structure of Portal, where you're kind of going room to room, and each room kind of is like its own, each room is kind of its own puzzle, and then you move on, I think that you might like this game, especially because I like the whole idea that the shadows kill you. I like that. I like that kind of idea. And that you needed to stay in the light. I did really like that, and I liked that it kind of pulled concepts both from Portal and also from Talos Principle, and employed them in a new and unique way. I didn't like how they kept comparing themselves to Portal, because I was like, just let yourself be your own game. You don't have to do this. Just let yourself be your own game. It's fine. Like, just because you have an idiot CEO doesn't mean that you need to make it Portal. And I really didn't like the constant exposition, because here's the thing, Portal did a really great job at like environmental exposition, and Portal did a really great job at like giving you things here and there without explaining every last thing to you. Like, there were things that you could find that would you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, you would stumble upon things that would give you lore here and there, rather than having it constantly shoved down your throat and not have any room for any questions that you might have, leaving anything open for the player to interpret. Yes, better natural world building, which is what makes Portal so much better than all of these, like, Portal ripoffs. So that's what makes it better than Light Matter, and that's what makes it better than Turing Test, because they both follow the same, like, Portal structure of having a room. You know, it's either like in space or it's sci-fi related. It's sci-fi themed, and they have this fucking exposition yapping in the ear the whole time. Light Matter and Turing Test both have that problem, except I think I enjoyed Light Matter way more than I enjoyed Turing Test. Turing Test was, like, not great. I maybe should bring that one to the top also, just to get it out of the way, since I'm already talking about it. Where is the Turing Test? Here it is. I'm kind of giving the same review for both of them, but Light Matter was better. Because Turing Test, you had this guy, exposition. They set up... They did have a good twist in both of these games, in my opinion. I think they had a good twist in both of them. I think they really set it up to be one thing, and then they kind of flipped the script a little bit, and I thought that that was interesting. Like, without spoilers, in both of these games, they kept giving you exposition and kept giving you hints as to what the twist was going to be, but then the twist was instead employed in a different way that you did not expect, because they made it seem like it was going to be this, like, super obvious thing, and it wasn't that. So I think that they both did a good job with that. I really hated that the whole game I was like, well, it's obvious what the plot is, and then it didn't end up being that, and I was like, okay, well, why'd you make it like so obviously one thing and then had it a game that can pull a fast one on me isn't impressive, because I feel like a lot of games, I've played so many games at this point that I feel like a lot of games I'm like, okay, well, this is obvious. I can see where this is going. And like Tomb Raider, the first Tomb Raider, no, it was obvious the whole fucking time. How did we all know and Lara didn't know what was happening? But then the second one actually pulled a fast one on me, and I was impressed by that. The third one I never finished. So, yes. So, I think that's light matter belongs here. Right near Rusty Lake. It doesn't have the ingenuity of Baba, and it can't be better than Portal. Even though those are Portal mods, technically, and not their own game, but the mods were long enough. I mean, they all were like 10 to 12 hours long, so longer than light matter. Turing test, however, I'm going to put... Sorry. So it belongs in this tier. Now, where in the tier? I'm gonna put it above Lake. Because remembering Lake, like, I just was so... One of my biggest issues with Lake is that not a single choice fucking mattered. And, like, they made it seem like choices were gonna matter, and it was like, so, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna date me or not? And you're like, oh, well, you know, actually... And I'm like, they've just fucking met, so no, actually, I will go be the person that I want to be, thank you. And they're like, oh, you know, that's totally fine, you know, of course. It was so silly for me to ask. Instead of them like, in a normal game, like, I feel like someone would crash out over that, or there would be consequences in some way, that they wouldn't just be super understanding. I don't know. You're right, Lara hasn't spent a lot of time playing video games. Alright. So, if Golden Idol's here, I think I'm gonna rate both Golden Idols at the same time. Where's the other one? Here it is. Now, I think that both of these games belong in A tier. No, Jimmy, it's not misfiled. No, it's not. No. I went on a rant for about like 20 to 30 minutes about why I was putting it there. In the previous tier list stream, because this is the second one. But long story short, I understand that people find it fun, but I don't get it. I don't understand how people find it fun. I was miserable almost the entire time. Completing puzzles did not give me any sort of satisfaction. There were some interesting ways that they employed puzzles, like with the perspective stuff. I thought that the perspective stuff was like interesting and different, but that was kind of like the only thing that I really thought was particularly of interest. My hair is giving me so much trouble today, and it's probably because like I just sped through it super quickly and just threw it up, but yeah, I tried to make my hair look decent after napping on it, and I couldn't really do that. But yeah, I'll say it before, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I didn't enjoy The Witness, okay? Golden Idol. I think that they both deserve to be in A tier. Where in A tier? Let's discuss. I think that they both deserve to be above Escape Simulator, I think. Now, in which order? That's challenging. Because they both were unique in the stories that they were telling. I think that I struggled a lot more with Rise of the Golden Idol than I did Case of the Golden Idol. Case of the Golden Idol, I was able to struggle through for the most part. Like, I didn't need to look things up. I didn't need to use hints. I think we only used maybe one hint in the whole game. And I had kind of the same experience with the DLCs. Like, the DLCs were hard, but I felt like I could get through it. The Rise of the Golden Idol, I think it's just me that I just struggled so much with it, because I've watched other people play it, and no one else struggled with it as much as I seem to have. No, GB, I'm not talking about The Witness. I'm not talking about it anymore. Jimmy said he disagrees. I don't want to talk about it anymore. If you want to hear my opinion, go back and watch the previous stream. Yes, it is. This is the base game. This is co-op. But I couldn't find anything that had co-op on it. So I made sure it was the two little guys. So I think the co-op is B tier. And the base game is S tier. Yeah. I felt like it needed to be rated separately. Because I have done both of them on stream, and I enjoyed the base game way more than I enjoyed the co-op.
Come on, Eeyore. Let's get to the bottom of this.
I'm already at the bottom.
How could you? Oh, hey Nathan, can you help me for a second? GB has redeemed no space to huggle. I need every stuffed animal. Here, let me get these ones. God, I sound like Eeyore right now. Okay. We got Bluey, got Large Stitch. Oh boy, okay. And then we got little Stitch. Okay, we got Jelly the elephant. We have Angel, who is Stitch's girlfriend, I believe. We got Lotso from Toy Story. Then we also have mid-sized Stitch, if I can... Okay, good night, Jimmy. Reach. Oh boy. Mid-sized Stitch. And then we have... I dropped mid-sized Stitch. Then I have Dragon. And I have Eeyore. Thank you for mid-sized Stitch. That's most of them. I think we still have like a chicken nugget. Chicken nugget. A chicken nugget. It's a dino nugget. This is everyone. I know you can't really see all of them because they're buried, but this is all of them, I think. I gotta reach the mouse. Alright, so... Again, I really loved both Golden Idol games. Thoroughly. I definitely struggled more with the second one and needed some hints. Again, I think that might have just been me. So I'm thinking that Rise of the Golden Idol goes below Case of the Golden Idol, because at least I could get through Case. But I thoroughly enjoyed them as puzzle games, and I think that they both belong in A tier. And if you have not played the Golden Idol games, I highly recommend it if you enjoy puzzle games. It is a very... Oh, thank you, GB, thank you. I highly enjoy it. and I can't recommend them enough. I can't really put my thoughts to make sense, but okay. The Quarry. So The Quarry is a game that I feel like at some point I might want to replay now that I have an actual computer and I'm not playing it on a fucking laptop. But I played this game on a laptop with my friends. This is not a game where the VODs are available. I don't think. I can't. Let me double check. I have this up for a reason. Okay. I have to do everything left-handed. Okay. Oh, shit. Quarry. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, it's not. For mobile? Interesting. Dude, Netflix needs to not get into the video game industry. Can you just, like, stay in your lane, please? Stop trying to do everything. Okay. So, now that I have a functioning computer, I feel like I should maybe play The Quarry again at some point. I was fascinated by the idea of the game when it first came out, and I was a little bit late to the train on it, but I played it with a handful of my friends, and we got a lot of people killed. If you're not familiar with The Quarry, it is a horror game. It's easier with friends, but it is a horror game about werewolves, I think. It's been a long time since I've played, but they like motion captured everybody, so the people in the games look like the actors in real life, and they do have some sort of like big name actors in it, like Brenda Song, isn't it? You know, from Brenda Song, isn't it? S tier. Yeah. Honestly, just sitting in front of all these games makes me want to replay what I've already played, which we don't have time for that, which sucks. I have so many games we have to play. I don't have time to go back to games I've already played. I don't know where it belongs. Your choices do matter, because you will fuck up and people will die. But there's only a couple different endings. Like it doesn't branch off that much, so that there's not like a million endings. I think there's just 2 or 3, but I can't remember. I might be making that up. I don't know. I did really like it. I looked into the lore a lot afterwards. And any game that inspires me to look into the lore is usually pretty good. Generally, I've rated the ones that inspire me to look into the lore higher than the ones that haven't. So I'm thinking it does not, I feel like it does not belong A tier. It's gonna go in B tier, but where? It's so hard to make all of these decisions, especially the more games there are. It's really hard to figure out where I want to put them. So, if I'm going on the notion that the games that made me look into the lore are games that let me start over. Games that make me look into the lore are better than games that I don't look into the lore because I'm not interested. Like after the fact, then it would be above Control, because I didn't look into any of the lore afterwards. That's not to say that the lore of Control isn't interesting, I just wasn't compelled enough to look up anything. Really. I think I maybe had like 1 or 2 questions that I looked up after the game. But the quarry I looked into significantly. But I don't necessarily think that the quarry is better than Return of the Obra Dinn as a game. But it's really hard to compare because Obra Dinn's a puzzle game and the quarry's a horror game. So I think where I'm gonna put it, I'm gonna have to put down Chicken Nuggy, Dino Nuggy, so that I can actually use my right hand because I can't do this. I think I'm gonna stick it just above Portal Co-op, but below Overcooked is what I'm thinking, because I thoroughly enjoyed Obra Dinn and Storyteller more than I enjoyed the Quarry. And I think that overall, Overcooked is probably a better co-op game than Quarry is. And I think, again, I think that I would like to replay it at some point with an actual computer, but the graphics on my laptop fucking sucked. It was so hard to run this game. So you really do need a good setup to... Yeah. And a lot of the game is honestly cutscene. Like, you can kind of sit back. Did I actually enjoy it better than Portal 2 co-op? Portal 2 co-op was, like, honestly so basic in my opinion. The only thing that made it into B tier, the only reason it made it into B tier was because it's Portal. Yeah, I think I overall enjoyed the Quarry more. But it's hard to remember, because that's one of the first things I ever played on stream. Like, that's really, really early days. Like, we're talking before The Witness. Before... I mean, it's old enough that I don't have the VODs for it anymore, so... Okay, so now into 2 relatively easy games to talk about is Talos Principle 1 and Talos Principle 2. Obviously, these are both going to go in S tier. Where in S tier, I'm not sure yet, so let's just pull them both up. So generally, I would say that I preferred the second game over the first game because the first game had a lot of reading that I didn't like. I loved... Like, the reading for the first game wasn't all that intriguing to me, and I read it because I felt like I had to and not because I wanted to. And then the second game, all of the reading was I think almost all of the reading was interesting to me. And I enjoyed the DLCs for both 1 and 2. But if I'm gonna base it only on the base game alone and not on the DLCs, I think that's where it belongs. I feel pretty confident in that. I feel pretty confident. Because the music alone in Talos is enough to make me cry. I miss it so much. I would love to replay it at some point if we can find the time. I would love to replay these games. And I do want to achievement hunt in both of them at some point, but that is a huge time commitment. And I used to achievement hunt and then just stream my gameplay into the Discord just on like weekends or whatever. But I don't have time for that anymore. So Yeah, I mean, if you don't know what Talos Principle is, or if you haven't played it yet, I highly recommend it. It is quite literally my favorite puzzle games of all time, almost my favorite games of all time, as you can see. Yeah, correct. I did not finish all the stars in Talos 1 yet. Did not. And I will at some point when I have the time. So, whenever the fuck that'll be. But yeah, I can't recommend them enough. There is so much content and beauty, and the game, the puzzles really are supplementary to the story. And it does not have the issue that of any of these other puzzle games that I've talked about, where I felt like exposition was being shoved down my throat. It's not true here. There is so much to discover, and you don't even have to discover it all to get through the game. You can just do the puzzles and be done with it. But there's just so much beauty and emotion to be found, and so much connection to be made in these stories. And I can't express enough how wonderful my experience was playing those games, and how I really wish I could play it again for the first time. Really, really special. Really, really special. Okay. I could talk about Talos for too long, so we're gonna move on. Unfinished Swan. So it's a cool idea. I don't remember a damn thing about this game. So that must mean that it's not very memorable. I know that they play around a lot with color. And that's it. No, get me out. It was interesting, but it was not. Didn't they have a horror section in this game, or am I making that up? Yes, there's a horror section in this game. Funny how I remember that and nothing else. So it's gonna go in C tier because it's not particularly memorable. I think, God, what do I think about this? Okay, yeah, it is a very short game. I do recall that. I'm pretty sure that my VOD is available for this one. It should be. Yes, it is. I finished the game in 2 hours and 39 minutes. If you include... That was how long the stream was. So, I'm gonna start unpacking this. I don't know where to put it. I don't know where to put it. I don't know. What are we having for dinner? Okay. Make like your trauma and unpack it. Yeah! No. Trauma. I'm gonna keep Bluey. I'm gonna keep Bluey because Bluey's special. And Bluey is also weighted, so I enjoy being with Bluey. So. I really don't know where to put Unfinished Swan. I really don't. I feel like Abduction has a better story. Because at least I remember the story. But I think that Unfinished Swan did play with colors very well. Very interesting. But it was also very short. Okay, I'm gonna stick it, and this could be the wrong place for it because I genuinely don't remember my opinion on this game. When was this posted? I posted it April 5th, 2023 is when I posted this VOD, so before that. So at least 2 years ago, and it was a one-off stream. I'm gonna put it here. Because obviously I have a lot of issues with the things that are below this, and I don't remember having any issues with Unfinished Swan, so I feel like that's the safest spot for it. It might be better than Light Matter? I don't know. Uh-oh, a message was deleted by a moderator. Oh, fun. Was that a viewer bot? Was that a viewer bot? That's so cool! I've never had one of those before! That's my first, like, viewer bot! Guys, I've made it! Thank you, Saribots. Thank you. Okay. I think that, I should probably put these two... Do these two next? Georgie gets them all the time. Well, that's because Georgie doesn't have any moderation settings. That's probably why. And also, I had follower chat on for the longest time, which stopped a lot of the bot stuff. Which now I don't have follower-only chat on. But I have a lot of moderation settings that would block things like that. So I didn't even see the message. All I saw was, Saribot banned this person, reason spam detected, and also added a blocked term, cheap viewers. So, thank you, Saribot. I should tell Georgie to get Saribot. We should tell Georgie to get Saribot. That'll fix a lot of his problems, I think. You're a cheap viewer? I'm shocked it didn't block it. I'm shocked Saribot didn't block that. After it just, well, I guess cheap viewers plural is blocked, not cheap viewer 1. Okay, so, What Remains of Edith Finch, I think, is made by the same people who made Unfinished Swan. Yes. The devs for Unfinished Swan are the same, but the devs for Edith Finch. I thought Edith Finch was fine. It blocked him. It blocked him for it. Thank goodness it didn't ban you for it. Be careful. I don't want to have to go through the process of unbanning somebody. That sounds like a lot of work. So Edith Finch was fine. I have like roughly the same opinion about Edith Finch and Ethan Carter here. So the games are called What Remains of Edith Finch and The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. I got them both for free on Epic, and they're both like kind of mystery related. I did not like Ethan Carter as much because there was a horror aspect to it, and I struggled. It was miserable. So, and the game kind of pulled a 180 at one point and made it so that, like, there was, like, the game had taught me for the whole however long I was playing it, Fish Factory? Well, Ethan Carter is the one that I made you come on stream to help me get through that section, because I refused to put myself through that section, which is what I was about to talk about. Chopping tuna, and he's daydreaming? Oh. I think Edith Finch? Or maybe that's neither of these games. It could be Edith Finch. I think so. I think that one's Edith Finch. So, I think so. I think so. So one of the things that I liked about Edith Finch is to compare it to Split Fiction would be incorrect. But in the way that Split Fiction has a lot of different, like, concepts and sort of, like, ways to interact with the game, Edith Finch kind of has, like, the same idea, where there are all these different segments, and each of these segments are unique to themselves, and they're all so different, and you really don't know what you're gonna get next. So that's kind of interesting. It does have sort of a mystery aspect that is a little bit dark. Very interesting stuff. I like the twist that they did at the end. I don't entirely remember what the twist was, but I remember something about I'm not gonna say it, spoilers. But I thought it was alright. The twist was pretty alright. I definitely preferred Edith Finch over The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, because again, The Vanishing of Ethan Carter taught me that everything was just kind of creepy, but that there weren't necessarily any strong horror elements or jump scares. And then about halfway through the game, it hit me with a jump scare and I died, and that took me completely off guard, and I was completely, like, the rest of the game was ruined for me after that point. So, I would say that Edith Finch, I think Edith Finch, like, can hover around Event Zero. I feel like that's... Put Tabletop Simulator above it, though. Tabletop Simulator... I feel like some of these are gonna have to be reorganized at some point, because I've thrown so much crap in here. I feel like... No, it's the same devs. Unfinished Swan was developed by the same people who made What Remains of Edith Finch. Foo-foo, stop yelling! Foo-foo, she'll be home soon. Foo! Foo! So, What Remains of Edith Finch? I think I'm gonna throw it... above Event Zero. I think it belongs there because it does have a lot of character and a lot of uniqueness to it that I think kind of earns it that spot. I don't know if Tabletop Simulator belongs here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like God, Fufu is just yelling and yelling. Vanishing of Ethan Carter, however, I think is gonna go bottom of C tier. Manifold Garden in all of its trippiness was better. See, here's the thing. Vanishing of Ethan Carter has a very good concept, okay? So, like I said, it's mystery, and essentially you have to rebuild. You don't know what happened to this kid, and you're sort of rebuilding these sort of crime scenes, I guess, from context clues that are around, and it's very interesting. Very interesting concept, but I didn't like it. So the horror element threw me off, and I was upset for the rest of the game. And then also I did not like the twist at the end. I didn't like that. Anyway, The Walking Dead. Walking Dead. Where does The Walking Dead belong? So this is the Walking Dead Telltale series as a whole, which is a really hard thing to review, because as a whole there are so many ups and downs throughout this series, and there are like, what, 5 or 6 seasons? How many fucking seasons of this game were there? There were so many seasons in here. Most of them follow our lovely Clementine, Clem, and I really feel like season 1 was kind of like the biggest highlight for me, and the last season was also a highlight for me, but I feel like season 3, I feel like I didn't really like season 3, but I can't remember. And I don't want to give any spoilers. So it's hard. Like, I can't tell you what happened in season 3 because if you don't know what happened in season 1, you're gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I don't think I was crazy about season 2 either. But I felt like season 1, I really liked season 1. There was a lot of shock factor, and it definitely set up the series well and engaged me into doing the rest. I feel like it kind of belongs B tier because your choices don't really matter. I know, like, if you choose to save one person over another, yeah, that, like, if you choose, okay, I'm gonna save this person, then the other person's gonna die, but then the original person that you saved is going to die anyway, in just a different way. It just doesn't. And sure, it impacts your relationships, but that's kind of about it. I would say my favorite character probably throughout the whole thing was, oh fuck, what was his name? It didn't start with a C. It was the guy who... was it not a C? It was the guy that we had the biggest, like, love-hate relationship the whole time. Like, bro has his hot and his cold moments, And we thought that that was just, honestly, yeah, that was just so great. Like, literally, he went from, like, hating us to loving us in a second. Like, we talked a little bit about the psychology of that person. I can't remember their name, though. It's not, like, Charlie, was it? Hold on, let me... Walking Dead Telltale series cast. There is someone named Charlie in it, but that's their real name. Okay, so yes, there are 4 seasons. 1 to A New Frontier and the final season. Actually, The New Frontier wasn't actually all that bad. Actually, The New Frontier was pretty good. I liked it. I just don't think I really liked season 2 very much. I need to know what this person's name is. It's important. Can't just tell me. Ooh, the characters. Here we go. Characters. Kenny. Okay, so it's a K, not a C. Kenny. That's right? Kenny? Kenny is his name? Yeah, so Kenny, I think, was our favorite character. Mr. Hot and Cold. So yeah, I really think that this game probably belongs in B tier. Where exactly? I think it probably belongs in like high B tier because I did thoroughly enjoy it. I feel like it belongs here. I feel like I can't, in good conscience, say that it's better than Portal. Yeah, no, it's not better than Portal. It belongs here. This is a good spot for it, I think. The Wolf Among Us. Ooh. Here's the thing. The Wolf Among Us was so good, in my opinion. I thoroughly enjoyed The Wolf Among Us. It's made by the same people who made The Walking Dead. I really liked it. Again, your choices don't matter too much. I mean, they matter more than they did in The Walking Dead because what you decide to investigate. So like you play, so The Wolf Among Us is like Grimm's fairy tale characters, okay? So you're talking like, sure, you got Snow White, you got the big bad wolf, you got the mirror from Snow White, I think, is in it. You got fucking but it's all like the darker versions of the stories, you know, the Grimm's it's not like Disney, like it's the darker versions, the Grimm's fairy tale, you know, versions of these stories. And there's all of these fairy tale characters living in like New York, dealing with all the things that normal people deal with, like struggling to pay their mortgage, feeling the need to prostitute themselves so that they can pay rent, struggling with crime, things like that, you know, things that normal people deal with. I loved what they did with these characters. I felt like it was dark and it was dirty and it was great. I really felt like it was... It took me by surprise, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I played it through a second time to get all the achievements. So, personally, I'm gonna agree with Ryder, and I'm gonna put it in A tier. And I know that I've been real sticklers with my A tiers. But I think it belongs here. I really do. I loved the mystery. I don't remember how it turns out. How did it turn out? Well, how did you got... Fuck, I don't remember how it ends. It's been a couple years since I've played. I don't remember how it ends. But, hey, there are twists and turns and some scary shit. Not, like, scary, horror scary, but like, whoa! Whoa! And, like, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, I'm pretty sure work for, like, the Mafia or something. Like, it's good. It's good. It's really good, okay? Just trust. I recommend it. I would not say that it's as fantastic as the Golden Idol games just because... Oh... Do I not think it's as good as the... It belongs in A tier. That's all I really have to say about it. You know what? I think I'm gonna put it above the Golden Idol games. I might change my mind. But I think it belongs here. I do. I thoroughly enjoyed every second. Although there was, if you plan on streaming this game and you haven't played it, just beware. There's like a small little section of nudity. Okay. And that took me really off guard, and I had to edit that out of my VOD. So just keep that in mind. It's a very, very small amount, but, yeah. Anyway. Trombone Champ, S tier. S tier. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Have you guys played Trombone Champ? Dude, it's all about, it's all about, what is it? It's not chimpanzees, is it? What's the fucking... Alright, so just... That's actually really good. I was expecting something worse. I should see me play trombone jump. It's a disaster. So they still update this game with more and more songs and stuff, but this game has fucking lore. Baboons, thank you. It's about baboons, it's about poop, and it's about playing the trombone very poorly, okay? What else could you possibly... And hot dogs! What else could you want from a game? It is S tier. I will not hear any more about it. I will not hear any more about it. I will not hear any more about it. Trombone Champ is fantastic. And there are moments where I go back and play it just for fun. Now, I don't necessarily think it's better than any of the games that I currently have in S tier. It could be bottom of S tier, but this game could have gotten Game of the Year, okay? It's fucking hilarious, alright? It's hilarious, and... If anyone, I know that some of you out there watch Game Grumps. Game Grumps played Trombone Champ, and that is probably one of my favorite videos that they have ever put out. And I've seen a lot of their videos. I've been watching them for like 8 or 9 years. And their Trombone Champ video, one of my favorites of all time. It's up there with their Wheel of Fortune videos. It's really fucking good, okay? Just trust. Trust. Trombone Champ is trust. Fantastic. You had me at poop? Great. Download the game right now. I think it's like, how expensive is it? It's $15 these days? Oh my god. But look at this. Overwhelmingly positive. Trust. Okay. Tropico 6. I can't remember who originally recommended Tropico 6 to me. And I think I got it for free on Epic. I don't think he did. No, he didn't do Trombone Champ. That, oh, he did Tropico 6? Oh. Well, now I need to look that up. I don't remember that. Stop recommending me. Stop. Don't recommend this. Don't. Not interested. Oh yeah, I do remember this. Yeah, see, he can make content out of this game. I can't. So Tropico 6, I really wanted to like it. It didn't capture my attention. I can understand that people might find it to be very fun, but it just wasn't, like, I've played like city builders and colony sims before, and it didn't grab my attention. It just didn't. It wasn't, I don't have like any particular complaints about it.
Tropico!
I don't have like, can you just pause it? I don't want sound. Just let me do it without sound, please. But yeah, no, it didn't scream fun to me. It's not that it's not a good game. It just, I don't think it's just not for me. So I think, with that being said, it probably belongs in might be fun, but not for me. I think that this is a type of game that I might give another shot at some point. I think I played Tropico 6 on a 12-hour endurance stream at some point, so that VOD would be available somewhere. I think I'd be less likely to try it again than I would be to try In Sound Mind. So that's where I'm gonna put it. Might be fun, not for me. It did not stick out to me in any way as something I would enjoy, but but I like city builders and I like colony sims, so I don't know why I don't like it, but I don't. So, alright, Valheim. I feel like I'm gonna tickle some toes with this one. Alright, so I'm going to back-to-back do Valheim and Shrouded, because here's the thing. Enshrouded took the Valheim, I don't want to say structure, kind of. It kind of took the Valheim structure. It took, I like to say that Enshrouded took all of the good things from Valheim and made them great, and dropped all of the bad things from Valheim. Hold on. S tier, S plus tier, and A tier respectively. Are you saying Valheim and Enshrouded in that order? Because I'm gonna have to disagree with you. Can we have dinner soon? Because I'm actually really hungry. What? I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you I'm hungry. Enshrouded in Valheim? Okay. Yeah, so here's the thing. Yeah, so Valheim, I definitely... So, I played Valheim to play with a friend. I I did not play Valheim really for fun. And I was really, really worried that Enshrouded would be the same. Like, I felt like it would be just like a almost like a carbon copy, just with a different story as Valheim, and it wasn't. Enshrouded is this beautiful thing that is its own thing. All right. You're so funny. You're so funny. Yeah, so here's, okay, let me start by the things. All right, I'm gonna say the things that I didn't like about Valheim, that I did not have the same problem with Enshrouded, because it fixed that problem. Every time you die in Valheim, you lose skill progress. Enshrouded instead has a skill tree. So you don't lose progress upon death. In both Valheim and Enshrouded, you do lose your items upon death. But the difference between Valheim and Enshrouded is Enshrouded, you get to keep your weapons and your armor when you die. Valheim, you keep nothing. So you are running into... You need to either have double of all your armor, or you're going to be running naked into, like, level 30 plus areas. If you're using, like, Enshrouded terms. Valheim didn't really have levels, but you're running into these really challenging areas completely naked trying to pick up your stuff. And you do have to re-put on all of your armor, I think. It doesn't just automatically all come back on. So you can't just do a drive-by and pick up your stuff from the grave, like you kind of can in Enshrouded. You have to take the time to re-put back on all your gear, if I remember correctly. Now, so losing your, like, skill progression was frustrating for me. Running in naked to really high level areas was really frustrating to me. I was not particularly a fan of the building. I definitely prefer the building in Enshrouded, even though I'm not a building person, but in Valheim you have to build. In Enshrouded you don't technically have to build. I was able to get away with just fixing what was already there. So I liked that about Enshrouded. I also preferred the story of Enshrouded to Valheim, because in Valheim you're kind of like in this purgatory place where you are trying to prove yourself worthy of getting into the Viking heaven. I can't remember what Viking heaven is called, but Viking heaven is what you're trying to get into, and you try to prove your worth by beating all of these bosses. Enshrouded, you're trying to relight the flame of humanity, let's say, and try to and rebuild humanity from the ashes of which it fell. I prefer the visuals and the graphics of Enshrouded to Valheim. I thought that the dragon in Enshrouded, which is the final boss right now, which, sorry if that's a spoiler, but I mean, it's a fantasy game, it's like a fucking dragons, okay? The dragon in Enshrouded really reminded me of the Valheim bosses, okay? And the Valheim bosses, I fucking despise, okay? Because you're gonna be wailing on that thing for an hour and a half and it's not gonna fucking die, okay? You're going to die a lot of times, and you're gonna lose all your skills, and it's gonna be harder and harder to defeat it each time because you're gonna be less and less geared, technically, because you lose your skills, and then you gotta run in naked and then pick up all your stuff and then put it all back on before the boss kills you. And you gotta be careful that it doesn't gain all its health back. Same with Enshrouded, you have to be sure that, be careful that it doesn't gain its health back. But the bosses in Enshrouded were nowhere near as frustrating as the ones in Valheim, except for the last Enshrouded boss, which reminded me of Valheim bosses and gave me that same uncomfortable itch that Valheim bosses gave me. Also, another thing that bothers me about Valheim, and I understand that they're trying to make it, like, more realistic, I guess, but I hate that you have to continuously keep stoking fires and you have to continuously keep relighting your torches with materials. I don't like that. In Shrouded, you can just fucking leave them there, okay? And then they just go. And Enshrouded has so many more fun building options, and it looks like Enshrouded's holiday stuff isn't specific to any, like, it's not like Valheim will give you specific holiday builds for a specific holiday update, and then they'll take them away, whereas Enshrouded, like, continues to have them, which I like. You can build them in Enshrouded at any time. I much preferred the fast travel mechanic in Enshrouded to Valheim. In Valheim, you need to make portals, okay? So you had to build a portal at your house, and also where you want to end up. And you cannot take everything through those portals. You can't take ores through that portal. So you need to actually travel to and from the location, the biome each time you want to. So imagine running 6,000 meters in Enshrouded because you just found a new ore for the first time and you're trying to bring it home to cook it because you can't fast travel with it. I hated that mechanic in Valheim. It made it so much longer than it needed to be and so much more frustrating than it needs to be. Also, another thing that I like about Enshrouded versus Valheim, in Enshrouded, you can customize what you're wearing. So you can... Here, just keep falling in front of my face. Stay back there. In Enshrouded, you can customize what you're wearing. So you can say, I want to appear as if I'm wearing this cool outfit, but in reality, I'm wearing this armor. And in Valheim, you just look fucking stupid because whatever armor you're wearing is the armor that you're wearing. You can't wear helmets in Enshrouded because you can't wear helmets in Valheim because they look stupid. In Enshrouded, you can straight up hide your helmet because it looks stupid. So I really appreciate a lot of what Enshrouded offers that Valheim doesn't. It really, Enshrouded was a breath of fresh air in comparison to my experience with Valheim, okay? So, Enshrouded is going to be obviously rated higher than Valheim, because I don't really know of... I've had one complaint about Enshrouded that Valheim did better, and I can't remember what that complaint was, but I could only think of one thing that Valheim did better than Enshrouded. So, obviously Valheim's gonna be rated lower. And with all these frustrations with Valheim, I don't think that I can put it higher. I think it belongs in C tier, to be honest with you, because I just... Like, honestly, my favorite thing to do in Valheim was to torment my friend. And let me show you what I mean. I just found this the other day. I refound this because I saved these pictures. Fun memories. Here we go. This was our house. I went to the trouble of spending a lot of time off stream doing this so that when he loaded in, this is what he would see in our house. Okay? Here's another picture from a different angle. It was Christmas time, obviously. I filled our entire house with presents. And I would do this thing where I would randomly hide presents in places and then he would randomly come across it and be like, how long has this been here? And I'd be like, 3 streams. And that would kind of be, how many Valheim streams do we have? It's got to be roughly the same amount as Enshrouded. Yes, we have 22 Valheim VODs and we did not finish the game. Because they are still adding onto it again and again. So 22 Valheim streams. However, the Valheim streams are nowhere near as long as the Enshrouded streams, because the Enshrouded streams we went from 6, 7, 8 hours at a time. It looks like we never went longer than 5 hours, really, for Valheim. It was, most of them are 3 hours, roughly. So, we definitely have more Enshrouded content overall, I would say, than Valheim. But I did most of this off stream, and was I don't think I clipped his reaction to it, but he put up with a lot of bullshit from me because the only way I was able to have fun in this game was to just torment him. Yeah, that was the most fun aspect of this game. I had a house in Valheim that was just portals. Yes. Most people have a house in Valheim that's just portals because you need so fucking many of them. I think they changed it so you can toggle transporting metals or through portals. Oh, that's so nice. That would fix a big frustration for me because that was like my least favorite part of the whole game, especially because they would keep adding more biomes onto it, like more biomes onto the game, and that's great, but you'd have to travel further than you've ever discovered before in order to find a new biome. So you're just pushing out further and further and further and further for these new ores. You have to travel the whole way back. Like, a lot of it is on foot too. Like, because I mean, sure, you can put stuff in like a boat, but you can't always take the boat the whole way back. So you need like a wagon or something to travel. Also, because there's a weight limit in Valheim also. That's another frustration of mine. They have weight limits for what you can carry. So you can only carry like 10 ore at a time. Whereas in Enshrouded, you can carry as much as will fit in your fucking knapsack. So. Oh, there was a cheesy way to get around it. I will say that one of my favorite YouTubers, Let's Game It Out, has played both Valheim and Enshrouded, and both of his videos are hilarious. If you love Valheim and you love Enshrouded, let me show you. If you want to see someone completely break the game, this is the guy for you. Hold on, let me... So, this guy makes a bunch of videos and breaks games, okay? And he's one of my favorite YouTubers. I love him. So he made both a Valheim video. I'm not gonna tell you... Oh, great. Valheim and Enshrouded are right next to each other, so I don't even need... Okay, so as you can see, he did something really funky with Enshrouded, okay? And also he did some really funky things with Valheim as well. He did some really funky things in both games about how he attacks bosses, which is hilarious. There were things that he did in Enshrouded that I didn't even know that you could do, and I learned some new things. I watched this video when it first came out, but then I played Enshrouded much later, and then went back to rewatch this video after we played Enshrouded, and thought it was so fucking hilarious. So if you're an Enshrouded player, or if you're a Valheim player, I think that you're really gonna enjoy these videos, and you're gonna be like, what the fuck? This guy loves to break games. And I can't recommend him enough as a YouTuber. He's so funny. I watch every single one of his videos regardless of if I played the game or not. He also has made two or three hilarious Raft videos. If you guys like Raft is this one. He has made a Tropico 6 video, which was pretty funny. What else has he done? I don't know if he's done anything else that's on here already, but anyway. Yes, see, Juan knows who he is. Yes, it's insane how many hours he puts into this bullshit. And some of the ways that he finds these bugs are so convoluted. It's like, how the fuck did you figure that out, bro? He's like, yeah, so like I learned that if you pause the game and then close it and then reopen it, then you can steal these things from this place and not have to pay for it. Like shit like that, and it's like, how the fuck did you figure that out, bro? It's crazy. He finds ways to cheese stuff. Anyway, so where I'm going to put Valheim and Enshrouded, Valheim is 100% going to be going in C tier for me. The most fun I got out of that game was tormenting my friend, so I think it's gonna belong just above Baba Is You. I feel like that might be a good spot for it, because the reason, So I mentioned that Baba Is You requires a lot of hand-holding from chat for me because it's so challenging of a game and I can't really get through it without hints or with hints from either the internet or from chat. But I think that Valheim has a lot of potential. It just I can't, there's no drive for me to go back and play the game more. And I know that the person I was playing with has asked me a couple of times like, hey, we should totally play Valheim again. And I'm like, oh yeah. I don't have the drive to do I don't think it's for me. I've got way too many complaints about it. And especially now that I have Enshrouded instead, why would I ever choose Valheim over Enshrouded? I don't see that ever happening for me. Now Enshrouded, I feel like I'm gonna tickle some toes, but I'm gonna put it at the very top of A tier rather than S tier, and I have an explanation for this. Yes, Enshrouded I love more than I love some of the games that are above it. I would say that I love Enshrouded more than Trombone Champ. I love Enshrouded more than Inscription, probably. Probably love it more than... Do I love Enshrouded more than Portal? Probably. But Enshrouded is still in early access. And there are some improvements that really can be made for the game. There are, as great as it is in comparison to Valheim, it still has a lot of ways to go. There's a lot, and it has so much potential, and I can't wait to see what the developers do with it, but it is not S tier yet. Love it more than your husband? It's like that horse. How hungry? No, I love you more. I love you more than I love Enshrouded. What are you playing Minecraft for? You're playing Minecraft without me? What are you doing? Hey, lad brothers. Trick question, you don't have a husband. Hey! You're basically my husband. It's fine. I call Nathan my husband. He's not technically my husband, but he might as well be. I love it more than your husband. So yes, I'm starting to get hot. I'm gonna take this off. So Enshrouded, I think when the game is fully complete, I think Enshrouded is going to be S tier. I really do. But it has room to grow, and it does have its bugs and it does have its problems, because there were bugs that we did experience and there were issues with it. So it hasn't earned S tier as a game yet. It's earned S tier in my heart, and it is definitely one of my favorite games I've ever played, but it has room to grow. And because it has room to grow, it doesn't belong in S tier yet. Okay? That's my explanation for why Enshrouded is at the very tippy top of A tier, okay? Called my wife before we were actually... You called your wife before you were actually married. It's just easier to describe your... Yes, I agree. I feel like sometimes I'll call Nathan my partner, because especially like to doctors and stuff, they'll be like, oh, you have a husband? I'm like, oh, no, not really. Like, I'll just call him my partner. It's easier than calling him my fiance. It's easier than calling him my boyfriend, because boyfriend's wrong. We've been living together for how long have we been living together? I graduated in 22. So 3.5 years? We've been living together for 3.5 years. When did we get engaged? Was it after I graduated? Or before? Because we got engaged in a November. I don't remember which November. It was either November 2021 or 2022, but we've been living together since November 2021, because it was like right before Thanksgiving. So it must have been, or maybe it was December. So it must have been November of 22 that we got engaged. I wish that helped. It doesn't help. But you're right, because I'm pretty sure it was a Wednesday, and I was supposed to be seeing that kid on a Wednesday, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna be late because we got engaged and I want to celebrate a little bit. I remember that. Webkins S tier, obviously. I'm not putting Webkins in S tier. Here's the thing. Webkins was it. It was it when I was young. But then I guess they weren't making enough money, so then they added, what the fuck? They added Deluxe. And they took away, things that you used to be able to get for free. Which was really frustrating to me. My hetero life mate. Yeah, but I think it's like 10 years, Juan. Isn't it like 10 years to become a common law spouse? We've only been living together for 3.5. So, still a long way off from that. So they took away a lot of the free aspects and put them behind paywalls, which made me very upset. Now, to be a deluxe member is honestly really cheap. You might as well, but I feel like it's, like, I think it's like $5 for like the whole year. It's like ridiculously cheap, but it didn't used to be that cheap. It's only that cheap now because the game's dead. And I loved Webkins as a kid. I really, really did. I would come home and play it like every fucking day. I had a Webkins themed birthday party as a kid. All my best friends were on Webkins. We'd play together all the time. It'd be hilarious because I was so young. I didn't have like a cell phone yet. So I would call my friend like on like the landline, and then we would talk on the landline like as we were playing. Gaming as kids, am I right? I have so many beautiful memories of Webkins, and I remember stuff so clearly. But it's not what it used to be. They have, the game is dead, there's nothing left. It's really, honestly, so disappointing how hard it died. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it in, not an achievement I would put on the refrigerator, because of the way that it is now. And the reason why I'm doing it this way is because I did Fall Guys the same way. Fall Guys used to be a fantastic game. I used to play it all the time. I loved Fall Guys. And then they made it free to play, and they ruined it, because now you have to pay for every fucking cosmetic, and it's riddled with bugs. And if there's bugs, they're like, oh, well, you know, instead of like fixing this, let's just get rid of the map entirely. And that's what they'll do. That's how they fix problems in Fall Guys now. So Webkins, you are running into the problem of it being completely dead because they put everything behind paywalls because they weren't making enough money. And it's because Webkins were so fucking expensive. I mean, it's like, in 2007, it was like $20 for a small stuffed animal, which is ridiculous. Like, you shouldn't be paying $20 for something this small 20 years ago, okay? So the prices were obscene, and deluxe was more expensive back then. Like, a deluxe really was a deluxe package, whereas now they're like, if you're willing to give us any money at all, please. And I know that they have made a newer Webkins website or app or something, which is like, I haven't tried it. I don't know if it's any good. I know that they made a newer Webkins. I don't know if it's lively or anything like that, but Ladbrother says Deep Rock is hella fun. Valheim is getting some good updates along the way. Let them cook. Well, I've put up with Valheim for long enough that I feel like I can say that it's no good. It's not. Valheim has been out for so long, and it's still in early access, I'm pretty sure. I feel like they have a lot of work to do to make me want. Valheim is a great game for the people who want to play it, but I don't think it's not for me. It does not capture my attention in the way that Enshrouded does. Enshrouded does Valheim way better. Now, might be fun, but not for me, this whole section does not mean that the game is bad. In fact, this section particularly is me recognizing that it's a good game, but it's just not for me. It's not my style. It's not what I want to play. Which is why Celeste, a platformer, is in here, because I don't like platformers. A Little to the Left really wasn't for me. I would like to give A Little to the Left another shot at some point. I really would. I would like to give it another shot, give it another try. But it wasn't for me. Tropico 6, I love Colony Sims. I love, city builders, but not for me. Because, like, I loved Frostpunk. I love, like, Islanders. I love Preserve. I don't know. I love those types of games, but Tropico 6 just wasn't for me. Deep Rock Galactic, I know that Deep Rock Galactic is like an S tier game. I know that it is. I just don't personally like it. And I know that Oxygen Not Included probably would be like an A tier game, but again, not for me. So, it's only 2 years of living together where you are. Looking it up, it sounds like it's not a thing anymore in most of the US. Fall Guys got rid of a lot of the good maps, and they reduced the number of players per round so that you get knocked out more easily. Huggle rankings continue. Indeed, Brant, they do continue. Alright, so I think that wraps up the Valheim and Enshrouded and Webkin stuff. So, moving on, let me do these in order. So we have We Were Here Too, We Were Here Together, We Were Here Forever, and We Were Here something Friendship. This series, I feel like, gets a lot of love, and I'm not entirely sure that it's deserved. I would argue that these are gonna be C and D tier. They're gonna be C and D tier, okay? Now, We Were Here Forever, I think was actually really good. We Were Here Forever was a really solid one, and I think that one might be borderline B tier. I think it might be B tier. But the rest of them are like C and lower for me. I think... Oh my god, it's gonna be so hard to remember which game was which game, because they're all the fucking same. So We Were Here... Oh, I think We Were Here, the original one, was rough. No way that came out in 2017. Are you fucking kidding me? D tier. What the hell? No way. I was gonna give it some, like, pity points because it was old, and it's not old. It's gonna be so hard to remember which one was which. Which one was the... No, that's a spoiler. I can't say that. Oh, this one was interesting. I did actually... I thought this one was challenging. Oh, this. Right, this was hard. I remember this. This one was hard. It's very challenging. Okay. So I remember the last three better than the first two, so I'm actually gonna maybe do the last three first, okay? We Were Here Together. I definitely did not like as much as We Were Here Forever, but We Were Here Together is when they finally started, like, branching out and actually doing lore stuff. Like, the lore stuff wasn't all that... like, the game was not lore heavy for the first two. It was just, like, puzzles, and we're in the middle of a snowy place, and we only have our freaking walkie-talkies. Oh, it definitely loses points because the in-game chat is awful. But We Were Here Together, I would say is pretty decent. I'm gonna go ahead and put that just below Edith Finch. Because I did like We Were Here Together. But I really gotta reorganize these B's and C's, I feel like. Because I would argue that it wasn't as... No, we'll put it up here. We'll put it just below Outer Wilds. Yeah, that's fine. And then We Were Here Forever, I really liked the ending, actually. I thought it was very interesting what they decided to end up doing with the story. I ended up looking into the story a lot. Again, if I'm looking into the lore, that means that the game did a good job. And I did look into the lore of We Were Here, trying to piece together stuff from all of the games, like little hints and stuff, trying to piece shit together after experiencing We Were Here Forever. And I think that this one's going to be... Remind me what kind of puzzles we're in. I don't want to get that confused with Friendship. I know... Oh my god. Oh my god, yes! This was so fun. This was so fun. I really did like this. Okay. Remembering that, I think I'm gonna put it above Quarry? I think, so We Were Here Forever is the only one that's gonna make B tier. And Friendship was really good, except for one particular level, which I'll talk about, which really hurts its ranking. So yeah, I would say We Were Here Together is probably kind of like a high B, or no, sorry, a high C. We Were Here Together, kind of a high C, and then We Were Here Forever is kind of like a low B. Because some of the puzzles were really, really good in We Were Here Forever. I was like, wow, this is awesome. So playing around with visuals and perspective and size, very cool. We Were Here Together did have some decent puzzles. I would not say that it's anywhere near the excitement of We Were Here Forever. But that is when they started delving into lore more, which I thought was interesting. Although I did find that We Were Here Together was very challenging. Probably one of the more challenging ones of the bunch. If I remember correctly. We Were Here Friendship? Here's the thing, it's such a great idea, and some of it was so good, but what the fuck? The Friendship Expeditions, the Friendship. Okay. This one. Fuck this one. This particular level So We Were Here is a series of co-op games, right? That they're a series of puzzle co-op games where you have to communicate with your partner, and a lot of it is like your partner's in one room and you're in the other, and you have to kind of communicate what you see so the other person can figure it out, right? But this particular section here of We Were Here Expeditions, the Friendship, one person went in and was essentially blind They couldn't see the ground, and you had to tell them where to move. The person above, who could see everything and could tell you where to move, had the Minecraft nausea effect. Okay? Imagine having the Minecraft nausea effect for like 45 minutes straight. We had to, me and the person I was playing with, we had to like keep tapping out and taking breaks and switching roles with each other because we just couldn't fucking do it. It was so nauseating, and I'm not a person who gets motion sick in games. But this was horrible. It was horrible. And the game as a whole is awesome, but that one particular section is absolutely bullshit. Yeah. Oh, that only plays.
I hear you loud and clear.
Button.
I wish it would. Yeah, so it made you extremely nauseous. Which I really, really didn't like. Okay? So it loses points for that. I'm going to put it just below Ethan, just above Ethan Carter, because I didn't like Ethan Carter. But below Manifold Garden, because Manifold Garden has the trippiness that the friendship has, but the friendship legitimately made me nauseous and my friend nauseous, and it was a miserable experience for both of us, and we both felt sick afterwards. So I really would have appreciated. I wish you could have turned that off. And I know that they were like trying to make it challenging, but Jesus, come on, are you serious? Motion sickness. I don't get motion sickness with games, and I got so sick from that game. That is, I do have the VOD for that, by the way. Here, let me see. I want to show you what I'm talking about. Where the fuck is it?
Hello there.
Okay, it looks like I did a half and half stream with Hollow Knight and Expedition's Friendship. Let me see. Expedition Friendships was short. Okay. I can't go back through. Alright, let's... Okay. Oh no, you had the nausea effect. So you had the nausea effect and couldn't see. Yeah, you like literally couldn't see the ground and they had to tell you where to move. And everything was blurry. Like, look at that. That's fucking horrible. Like, that literally is making me dizzy looking at it. Why did they do this? Why did they do this? Like, I look sick here, and that's because I am. This was horrendous. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. It's absolutely horrendous. Jesus. Oh my god. That's just as bad as I remember. Oh my god, I'm literally dizzy. Hey Fate, how you doing? But yeah, I'm gonna put it... It was fun other than that one section, so I'm gonna put it above Ethan Carter, below Manifold Garden. The other two, I don't know what to say about the other two because I genuinely don't remember them. I think... How the fuck does the original one end? Let me look at my VOD. We were here. So the first game is very short. The first game is only like 2 hours, and then the second game is about like 3.5. And then and then once you get to We Were Here Together, That one is much longer. It's like maybe 7 hours, maybe longer. And then once you get to We Were Here Forever, that one's like 12 hours. And then We Were Here Friendship was only like 2 hours. It was very short. Okay. I think I didn't like the original. I feel like I remember not liking the original. Oh, ew! Ew, I remember this. Ew. Ew. Yeah, no, ew. I don't want that. Ew. Okay, sorry. Okay, and then We Were Here Too. This one ends with... Looks like we just talked for a while. Baba Booey. Forgot I named it that. And then this one... I think... oh, this thing. Yeah, no, this was not fun. Oh yeah, I did not like this. I think I'm gonna put both of these probably in D tier, I'm thinking. Oh my god, this was back when I was living in my old apartment! Wow! I'm confused. Which one is the one? Oh. Yes, okay, that is the one where you... Okay, sorry. I'm trying not to give spoilers. Trying not to give spoilers for these. Okay, so... We Were Here... has a sort of like creepiness, scary factor towards the end of the game, and I really didn't like that. It was very spooky for me. I didn't like it. I didn't like the spook, which was not present in the rest of the game. It just kind of had like, the game kind of has like a creepy atmosphere, but it's not scary by any means. But the end has this like sort of specter kind of like inching its kind of way towards you, and there are some like spooky things in there, and I didn't like that. So I'm gonna put this... It's gonna go in not an achievement I would put on the refrigerator. Because I don't necessarily think it was a failure of a game. And I think that the ending of We Were Here Too was... It's like, what the fuck, kind of? Like, it was like, come on now. And there were some really not so great puzzles in there that I didn't really like. So they're both kind of go... So I'm gonna go ahead and put this below... I think I want to move this. Okay, and then We Were Here Too is gonna go above Spirit of the North, but below Fall Guys. I think those are good spots for those. I really did not love the first 2 games, but the second 2 games were really good. I would recommend, if you are looking for a fun co-op game to play with your friend, I would recommend playing We Were Here Together and We Were Here Forever. Some really interesting and fun lore there. And some really cool and unique puzzles I liked. I would not recommend Friendship because of the nausea. Literally, I'm still a little bit dizzy from just watching myself play it. I can't recommend it because of that. But otherwise, it was fun. It was a fun short game to play with your friend. So that's the We Were Here series. That's the We Were Here series. How are we doing? How are we doing here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 1, 3, 4. 9 times 8 is fucking 72. God, we only made it through. Only 73. So we've made it through 27 so far, and we've only made it through 27 in 2.5 hours. Oh my god. Okay. All right, let's just do our best. Speed ranks, I can't. I need to give them all the time of day. Oh, you know what? Let me put Mist 3 Exile at the top because we already ranked Mist and did I not rank Riven yet? Let's do the Mist games. Because I ranked Abduction and Mist, but I didn't seem to rank Mist 3 or Riven. Here it is, Riven. Okay, I'm gonna start with Riven. Oh my god, I'm gonna make so many people so mad. It's 10:30 for me. Okay, it's 10:30 for me. Correct, not everywhere, but it is for me. It's kind of dinner time. I kind of want to eat. But I'm not the cook anyway, so I have time. You're right. Now I can give them the time of day. You're right. Okay, so let's talk about Mist. All right? Look, Mist was not for me, guys, and I said I put Mist in low C tier, and I put Abduction in low C tier, and I'm gonna rate Riven and Mist 3 even lower, okay? Because I understand that for the time it was a really big deal. I understand that when they came out in the 90s, like that was like the literally peak game shit, okay? But I played it as an adult when there are a lot of better games out there now. So I don't have the same nostalgia factor that a lot of people who play this game have, okay? So cut me a little bit of a break there. I really don't like the point and click, like the way that the camera changes. I don't like that. I don't like Myst as a puzzle game anyway. Aside from the visuals, I don't like wandering around aimlessly trying to figure out what the fuck you're supposed to do, wandering around for 30 to 45 minutes just to stumble upon the right puzzle you're supposed to start with, okay? There is no direction in these games, and I like direction. I like being given things to do, okay? So when these games don't give me things to do, they just throw me into the world and say, go. I don't do well with that. So I really struggled a lot with Riven, and I didn't enjoy my time, but I pushed myself through it because that's the content that people wanted to see. And now that I'm a little bit more of an established streamer, I really am only playing things that I find fun. So I probably won't go back to this. I don't know. If I were to go back, here's the thing. I never finished Myst 3 Exile. I think I gave it 1 or 2 streams and was like, this is the same shit as Riven. Get me out. And I was like, I'm not fucking doing this. I was told that by the time you get to Myst 4, it's not as bad. I feel like I heard that from somebody. It might have been Brant. Brant, did you say that? I don't even remember who said that. But if I can push myself through Myst 3, maybe I would like the rest of the Myst games. But here's the thing. I don't like the structure is the wrong word. Concept is the wrong word. outline, maybe? Like, I don't like the outline of Myst anyway. I don't like the idea of wandering around for a while looking to figure out where the fuck you're supposed to start, and just wandering around until you figure out what the fuck you're supposed to do. And it just, like, I just don't like, I don't like that type of puzzle game. But I also am not a huge fan of the, like, locked room puzzle games either, like Portal. Now, granted, Portal was great, but Portal is the only great game that I've seen that's done that idea well. So, complete open world puzzle? No thank you. Locked room puzzle? No thank you. I like... You gotta have something kind of in between. And I know that I'm being really picky, but that is where the most fun lies for me. Where the most fun experience lies for me is when you don't have no direction and you don't have a locked room puzzle. Voiceover, right. Myst 4 has voiceover, right. Okay, yeah. Which is an improvement. Yes, and I when I first started streaming and people were asking me to play specific games, if I didn't like the game, I generally kept my opinion to myself because I was like, I don't want to hurt these people's feelings. And you know, I'm trying to grow as a streamer, and if that means that I have to play some games that I don't want to play, so be it. But now that I've been streaming for almost 3 years, which I guess isn't that long, but I've been streaming for almost 3 years. I think... Oh, Fate, thank you so much for the Prime! Prime! Thanks for the Prime. But now, so I think in May, it will be 3 years. So, now that I've been streaming for, like, almost 3 years, I realized that people want to see you have fun, generally. So if you're having fun, chat's gonna have fun, probably. I mean, there are certain people who only want to see certain games, and that's fine, and they will come and go. Like the people who only want to see Enshrouded are only gonna come around for Enshrouded. But the people who like you are gonna come around for your other content also. So if you're having a good time, chat's probably gonna have a good time. And if you're miserable, then chat's probably also gonna be miserable. I don't know, I've learned that I feel like in my streaming experience, however, whether you would think that it's a lot or a little, what I've learned in my streaming experience is that I should play things that I like and not necessarily things that people think I will like or things that people insist that I play. The fuck is Nathan doing in the kitchen? What is all that banging? So if I were to go back to Myst, I would need everyone to know going in that I'm probably not going to have a good time, and that I would probably need a lot of assistance to get through it. And if people were okay with that, then maybe I would do it. Because I fucking own them all. Games to return to if you hate yourself. Here we go. Are all the Myst games in here? All the Myst games are in here. So. And all the Sherlock games are in here also. So that's another one that, like, I know that sometimes chat loves to see the streamers suffer, and that's fine. I totally get that, and I totally understand that. So if we wanted a game to make me suffer, hey Herobrine, welcome to the stream. So if we wanted a game specifically for me to suffer, I would rather choose the Sherlock games over the Myst games, because I think that people would at least find it funny that I'm suffering through the Sherlock games. Whereas Myst, I feel like, not so much. So that being said...
You right!
Misery loves company, except on Twitch. A lot of the Myst challenge isn't the puzzle, it's the bad usability. Yes! yes, I would argue that too. And again, it's because it's an older game, and that's fine. I know that it was amazing for the time, and I can recognize that it really was an achievement at the time. Because I know that people were, like, telling me about how Riven came on, like, 4 different discs, and once you reached a certain point, it would say, like, put in disc 2, and then you would play, like, the next part of the game, because, like, it's that old. But hey, it's that old, and it's not fun anymore. I'm sorry. There are so many better games out there to play! Yeah, so I would feel, it doesn't feel right to put Riven and Exile in not an achievement I would put on the refrigerator, because it was a major achievement at the time. So that feels incorrect. I think that I'm going to instead put it... Shit, I don't know where I'm gonna put it, actually. Like, I kind of want to put it in Might Be Fun, but not for me. Because I feel like it belongs in here more than it belongs in here. And this is not a lower tier, let me be clear. Might Be Fun, but not for me is me recognizing that the game has a lot of potential and a lot of, the game has a lot of, people who love it. And is a great game, but just wasn't for me. So that's what this section is, generally. And I feel like Riven and Exile kind of belong in this category. Yeah. I imagine that Myst 3 wouldn't be nearly as bad as Riven, because Myst 3 was, newer, but I didn't play all the way through Myst 3. I gave up. So, I don't know what the story behind Exile is. I don't remember. The story behind Riven was, like, some guy was destroying it, and also he had kidnapped the guy's wife, I think, and I had to go save the wife and save Riven and then get all the people out of the book, because then the book was gonna die or something, and then at the end I think the book died. I don't I don't fucking know. It's so hard for me to follow the Myst lore. Myst 3 was also a different studio. Yeah, so I imagine that it wouldn't be nearly as frustrating. But I did get the same vibes, and I was just like, I'm sick of this. So that's why I stopped playing. I think, and this is really big for me to say, okay? I think I would be more likely to pick up Celeste again than to pick up Myst, okay? And Celeste was miserable. But at least Celeste has assist mode, and I was told that I might do better in assist mode. So, maybe I would play Celeste again in assist mode, but again, these are not, I don't have the drive to do these because I have so many better games that I could spend my time playing rather than going back to something that I didn't like. So, going back to playing assist mode in Celeste, not really a priority. But I would, if I had to choose between that and going back to Myst, I probably would choose Celeste. Because Celeste I can make easier on myself, whereas Myst I just kind of have to suffer through. Have I played any of the BioShocks? Nope. I own them. I got them for free, I think. Library. BioShock. Yeah, I have BioShock Remastered, BioShock 2 Remastered, and the complete edition BioShock Infinite. I've not played them. But I'm not gonna lie, we are really overloaded with games on the docket right now. Because there are games that we have in progress, right? Hold on. There are games that we have in progress, so these games we currently have in progress. Technically, Atomic Picnic is also in progress, but I'm not sure how much more I'll play of that on stream. That might be something that I do off stream. Teeny Tiny Trains just put out an additional content update, so I do want to play that. These are all games that are on my radar right now that I would like to play. Journey to the Savage Planet was recently gifted, and that makes it kind of like higher on the list. 5 gifted that. And also we have Star Citizen, which is not, it's technically through the launcher, I guess, that we're going to play also. I will admit I'm having issues with, I've been trying to play Star Citizen for like a week, and I keep having launching issues with it. Like I want to have at least one successful launch of the game before I go to stream it, and it just won't launch. So I'm working on it. I'm troubleshooting. I'm doing my best. But there are so many games right now that are on our docket to play that I am honestly genuinely overwhelmed. And I might just end up playing some random ass fucking game that's short just to give myself the here, let me rephrase this. You guys ever heard about a game about digging a hole? You ever heard of this? It's new. So this game is like 2 to 3 hours long max, okay? And I almost want to download this game and play it just because I'm too overwhelmed by the other fucking choices I have to make between the games that we are currently. So if you were gonna, so my reason for bringing this up is that if you were gonna recommend BioShock to me, I own it. Maybe I'll play it at some point, but we have my priorities are so fucking split right now because we have so many games to play and I'm so overwhelmed that I'm overwhelmed by the choices. So I almost want to choose none of them. Diggy diggy hole, yeah. Not to play, but they have some story elements similar to the Myst stuff. Oh, okay. How about simulators? I generally enjoy simulators. I don't know if you mean a game that's specifically called simulators or if you mean simulators as a genre, but as a genre, I do generally really like them. I played Pet Shop Simulator and I really liked that, even though it had a million fucking bugs and it was hilarious how many bugs there were. But I played House Builder, which is like a simulator. What other simulators do we have? What? Bet it would probably be in here. I can't remember all the simulators I've played. But I do like simulators. But I don't like dating simulators. Let me be clear. Dating simulators are not for me. I don't get any enjoyment out of that shit. And it's not because like some games that have come up, so like Doki Doki Literature Club, I like the horror aspects. I don't like the dating sim part. The dating sim part is so fucking boring. If I'm going to play through Doki Doki, I'm literally gonna speed through that and read none of that shit. It's so boring to me. Dream Daddy, made by the Game Grumps, I really wanted to like that game, and it is a really great game, but dating sims are boring, and I don't like it. Dating sims are boring. Sex is great, but dating sims are boring. And watching Koala a little bit play the dinosaur with double D's, which is essentially a dinosaur with huge tits, and it's a dating simulator for her. I don't think that would interest me either, because again, dating sim. And oh, Sucker for Love is something that we've been talking about on the channel a little bit because that's been on my radar recently. Sucker for Love is a dating sim with eldritch horrors, essentially. Again, not for me. I might like even when I'm watching someone else play it, I will do something else at the same time because it is not engaging enough. Dating simulators are not engaging enough for my brain. I just can't. I can't. Hey, Sid! It's Sid. Sid, I was just thinking about you today. How you doing, Sid? Read above, says 5. Yeah. If you love bugs, Star Citizen has plenty. See, I just learned yesterday that Star Citizen is SC. Now, you know what else is SC? South Carolina. So I was in Mallory's stream yesterday, and someone was like, oh my gosh, there's this new thing in SC that is essentially like penis worms. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Please tell me what the fuck you're talking about. And they're like, oh, it's like kind of like sandworms. Like, it's like mini dune sandworms. Like, it's not like that big of a deal, but it's kind of annoying. And I was like, oh, okay. And I legit thought they were talking about South Carolina. They were talking about Star Citizen, okay? They were talking about a new update in Star Citizen. Be more specific, please, because I will get confused. If there's not enough context, I will get confused. Jurassic World Evolution I played one day and suddenly it was 6 a.m. the next day, sucked me in overnight. I think I have Jurassic World Evolution. I really was asking because I got you that space sim game. I feel like it's creating stress for you. Oh, the Star Citizen? Is that technically a simulator game? I generally like simulator games. I did download Star Citizen. It's... How much space did it actually end up taking? Okay, so it took like 130 gigs. So it took like 130 gigs. And so I don't understand, I don't know what the, so generally what I've been doing with Star Citizen is like, so because the game is so large, I was trying to download it right before I went to bed so that I could go to bed and then wake up and it would be done downloading, because if I do it during the day, it's just gonna get in the way of the stuff that I'm doing, because it's like throttling the internet and shit. So, there was a couple nights in a row. So after I made my account, I forgot what my password was. And it took me 2 days to get into my account because I couldn't remember the fucking password and it wouldn't let me reset the password for some reason. I was like, what the fuck was the password? And I make like, I don't understand. Like there's only so many it could have been, and it was none of them, and I was so confused. And then I finally fixed that, and then I downloaded the game, and now I'm trying to launch it, and it just keeps crashing when I try to launch it. So, I'll need to figure that out. But Star Citizen is definitely something we are going to play, and I've heard really great things about Star Citizen. I had never heard of Star Citizen before you mentioned it, and now I've heard about it a lot recently. So I know that it's a great game, and I probably will like it. Sorry for the late arrival, Sid. You're welcome anytime. Not too bad, thanks. Well, I lie. I'm stressed the fuck out. Me, bro. Things I didn't expect to hear, yeah. South Carolina has dunes and worms. Yeah, Yeah, I generally, thank you. I appreciate, this is the second time you've done this today, Fate, and I appreciate that you're putting in parentheses what your reaction is to. That way, by the time I see it, I know what you're talking about. I appreciate that. Because I wouldn't know what you're talking about otherwise. But yeah, I usually do all my downloading and uploading and exporting at night. Like overnight while I'm sleeping. Because exporting takes a while. Depending on what you're exporting, it can take like up to an hour, and I just don't have the time for that. Downloading, depending on how big the thing is that I'm downloading, ain't nobody got time for that. Uploading is the longest of the three. Uploading takes fucking forever, and it destroys the internet. So I literally can't even play like League or Fortnite when I am exporting or uploading or downloading things. So I will only do that shit if I'm going to be out of the house or if I'm sleeping. That's when I do that stuff. I can help with the launcher crashing. Star Citizen bugs require some Star Citizen science to get around. Yeah, I appreciate the context. What is the Jess Rocks 69? Fiber Fund. Yes, so they recently... I'm gonna need to take some headache medicine because the lights are really bright today and I'm just not having it. I'm gonna need some more water too because I don't have water to take this medicine. They just recently added fiber internet near me, but I don't necessarily want to... So we did recently just update our internet to get better internet because they had this really good, they had this really good deal if you upgraded to like the next one and you had it for 3 months, they would give you a $200 gift card. So we just recently got our $200 gift card. And it's not that much more, it's like maybe $5 to $10 more expensive too, per month. So it's really, a good deal. But I know that they are putting fiber internet in the surrounding neighborhoods, and I would love to get fiber internet if we can. Also, because fiber internet is like significantly cheaper too, but they have to go through the process of actually putting it in our neighborhood. And there has to be enough people interested in order for them to do it. So I think we've expressed our interest, but I think we're waiting to hear back about some other people. So, is it still an asymmetric service? Though? What do you mean? Can you explain? Can you expand on that? Expand on your question? I hate apartment complexes that only allow one specific internet. That drove me nuts at my old apartment with Nathan. We had an apartment in Rochester, and they only allowed Spectrum, and I fucking hate Spectrum. Spectrum sucks. We had so many... I know that some people don't have issues with Spectrum, but we had so many issues with Spectrum. Every single time that we had an issue, they'd be like, okay, we're gonna come out and fix it at that time. And then they would not even bother showing up. Or they would show up like 6 hours late and then be like, oh, well, they weren't home. And it's like, okay, well, you didn't tell us to be home at that time. You didn't tell us when you were coming. You told us you were coming at 10 a.m. and it's fucking 4 o'clock in the afternoon. No, we're not home. Sorry. I don't like Spectrum. Okay. I'm very, like, honest about things that I do and don't like. So, if I'm ever sponsored for anything, you can trust that whatever the product is, I'm either A, going to use it, or am using it, or like it. There are certain companies I will never ever take a sponsorship from, and Spectrum is one of them. Fuck Spectrum. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. We don't have cable. I don't do all that. I literally It's Friday! I can watch Yellow Jackets! Oh my god, I'm gonna be watching Yellow Jackets after this stream. I just stream things. I don't have cable, okay? My wireless... Hey, Zolden! But my provider upgraded about a year or so ago. How are you, Zolden? Zolden, when do you want to play golf with your friends again? Because I actually had a lot of fun. I know it's all the way down here, but I had fun, okay? I had fun. Yeah, I'm not really in a rural area. We're not like in a city, but we're like adjacent to a city. Not a particularly large city, but a city that's large enough that it has all the big chain stores and franchises, so. Some games are only Zolden, how do you put up with playing golf with your friends by yourself? Like, that would... I don't know if I've ever played golf with your friends by yourself. But by myself. I don't think. Because I don't think I'd find that fun at all. Like, I think I'd be miserable. I like the challenge of going up against my friends, and I like moving the goalpost for myself in terms of how well I can do. Randy writes a novel on YouTube. I guarantee you I will never need something to watch. My watch later has like 1,000 videos in it or something ridiculous. Across all 3 of my YouTube accounts, I have watch later shit in all of those. Across all of them, I probably... 1,000 might be a little bit strong. Let's say like maybe between 450 and 500 videos would be my guess. I never get around to them. I have an entire Excel document of shows and movies that I want to watch. Never get around to them. Remember that time, for those of you who were around when I made my tier list for Disney movies, do you remember when I said I would rewatch Fantasia? Never fucking got around to it. I still will at some point. I will rewatch Fantasia at some point, but I never fucking got around to it, man. Never did. Why does this one piece of hair look darker than the rest? That's gotta be like a lighting issue. You don't play golf with your friends unless it's with us anymore? You still had a landline? That's crazy. I haven't had a landline since I was a child. I have seen Taskmaster, although I used to watch Taskmaster with an X, so I probably will never watch Taskmaster again. Or at least I'm pretty sure. Is that the same show? Let me make sure it's the same show I'm thinking of. Some shows have been ruined because of X's. Yeah, I think this is the show. Yep. What's that show about the guy with the dead bodies and he like works in a morgue and it starts with a D? That one's ruined for me too. And I've never even really seen it. I've only ever just had it on in the background, but I would always put it on the background with one of my... Dexter, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's probably... Yeah, that looks about right, Zolden. I mean, there's a lot of shows that are kind of like that, but... that are kind of like that. Yeah, my hair's starting to get a little long, and I do love long hair, don't get me wrong, but my hair, seems to thrive when it's shorter lately, so I might cut it again. And I really liked it when I cut it last time, but it's been a while. I don't remember exactly how long it's been. I don't know. Maybe I'll cut it again. Alright, I've been yapping, but I need to get water so that I can take my headache medicine so that I get headaches from these bright lights so much, but if I don't have them on, the green screen doesn't work, and I need to keep the green screen because it wasn't as big of a deal before when I was streaming in the second bedroom, but now Vanna lives in the second bedroom, so this is a multi-purpose room, so a lot of stuff happens behind me while I'm streaming, so it's really important that I have the green screen here. Which means I need to have these bright fucking lights. Which means I get headaches. Don't let someone else ruin it for you. It's hard because if it's attached to these negative memories, it's hard. That's why I will probably never truly like Fight Club. Because of who I watched it with for the first time. I have a lot of horrible exes. I don't talk about my relationships ever at all because the only person you guys have ever known is Nathan, and Nathan's great. But he was the first... He was... Out of all of the people that I've ever dated or considered dating, Nathan is one of 2 good men I have ever dated or been around in that way. One of 2. And I don't want to say that all men suck because that's not true. I was looking in the wrong places. So. Dude, I love. So you weren't here for this bit, Fate, but there would be there was this joke of like, who the hell is Nathan? Like, I don't remember who started it, but someone was like, who the hell is Nathan? And it just became this joke, this ongoing joke of, who the fuck? And then we started making up like different roles for him. So we'd be like, oh, that's the president. We can date for 5 minutes if you want to get your number up. Of good men or bad men? Yeah, no, don't go to Australia. Australia, there's so many reasons not to move to Australia if you're considering moving to Australia. Wi-Fi is not even the #1 reason. Look at the spiders. Just look at the spiders. That is enough to not want to move to Australia, okay? How is that a question? So rude. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me, man. I don't know you. But yeah, no, there's a lot of things in my life that have definitely been ruined for me, or things that I had to relearn to enjoy. Because of who I originally watched it with or experienced it with. I'm trying to think of another good example. Fight Club definitely is a good example. Dexter is a great example. Taskmaster is a decent example. I watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. originally with a boyfriend, but that was extremely short-lived. And I continued to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. after breaking up with him. So I have learned to love Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. despite who I originally watched it with. So I can do it. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is so good. It is so underrated. My god, what a good fucking show. I still haven't watched the last season because I don't want to... I just don't want it to end. So I'd rather never watch the end than experience the end. The Outback is God's playground. Guess who got offered a job in the Outback? No, Sid. No. My friend. First of all, what's the job? Second of all, don't. I mean, look. If you decide you want to move to the Australian Outback, I support you, okay? If that's what you want to do, good for you. You could not pay me to move to the Australian Outback. You could not. You could not pay me. I don't care how much the job offer is for. You could offer me $200K a year and I would say, I'd rather be poor. Okay, I need to actually get water now, okay? I'm gonna, and the ad's about to start too, so it's a good time. It's good timing. Speaking of things that I used to do when I was younger that I don't do anymore, this is technically a dress, but it's so short that, it's a really short dress, and, you know, if I was in my late teens still, I'd probably, like, be like, yes, but in my mid-20s, it's a shirt now. It's a shirt. It's a long shirt. Okay? Long shirt. No. I'm just wearing pants with it now. Wear pants with it. Wear pants with it. Because it's too short. It's just, I can't even show it off because I can't figure out, yeah, like, it's too short. It's too short. Too short. For 19-year-old Jess, maybe, but 20, how old am I? 25? No, I'm good. Oh, I forgot to close the door. I feel like I've got all these dresses in my closet that I never ever fucking wear because I've said before, and I'll say it again, I'm a comfort person. And I don't... What the fuck am I gonna wear a dress to? What the fuck am I gonna... I don't go anywhere. I just go to work, and I can't wear a dress to work. I'm on my hands and knees playing with Legos. I can't wear a dress to work. Get rid of... Yeah, that's what I started doing. I put a bunch of my dresses in a box the other day and said, Vanna, do you want any of these? If you don't want any of these, I'm getting rid of them. And she took what she wanted out of it, so I'm gonna probably get rid of the rest. Okay. $50K isn't bad for teaching. And that's horrible. You should totally get paid more for teaching. But they pay teachers fucking minimum wage here. Whoop for water. Thank you for the context. I appreciate that. I want a snack. I can't even just turn up because the land in the outback is considered sacred, so you need to get approved. Oh. Yeah, I'll probably... See, here's the thing about... I've donated to Goodwill before, but the thing is they resell everything. And I would rather give it to someone who is going to give it to a family for free. Because there are so many people who need things. And I've gotten free clothes before when I needed them. And So I've gone to lengths and efforts to do the same for other people whenever whenever like clothes don't fit me anymore or things like that, so. Okay, hold on. It only pays $3 a week more? That's crazy. Where's the love for substitute teachers? I would totally be a substitute teacher. I would 100% do that because I do enjoy working with kids, but I don't want to work full-time as a teacher. I enjoy tutoring, I enjoy the teaching process, but I would never become a teacher because, especially in America, they're treated like such shit. Teachers are overworked and underpaid. I've yet to find a teacher that was like, yeah, like, my job is just the right amount of work and just the right amount of pay. No, throughout my entire college career, I had so many professors who were constantly backed up with grading, who were overwhelmed with all the research projects being thrown at them, how many classes they were supposed to teach, how many papers they had to grade. It honestly felt like my professors were struggling just as much to get through college as I was. As a teacher, don't become a teacher. I know. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. And it's crazy. I get paid so much more for tutoring than I would ever make for teaching. Like, tutoring is not that many hours, right? So, like, if I tutor... Oh, how many kids have I had at once for tutoring? I tutored to get through college. I paid my own way through college and also had a fuck ton of loans, but... How many kids would I have at once? I would juggle maybe like 8 to 10 kids at once, but I only see them for like an hour a week or 2 hours a week. Now there's some kids who need a little bit more help and they want something more consistent, like maybe 4 hours a week or something like that. And I went from tutoring at my college to tutoring in homes, so I would drive around a lot. But I would make anywhere from $20 an hour to $50 an hour. Tutoring pays really well. Especially if you have, like, once I had my degree, I could really, like, up the... And also, Also, depending on the financial situation of the family, they might be willing to pay more than other families. So I always based my pricing off of the financial, like the income of the family. So if the family was particularly well off, I would charge them like full price, whereas families that were struggling, I would maybe give them a deal, like, okay, I'll give you, if you do 2 hours, I'll give you like I'll make the price was really like 1.5 kind of thing. Like I would give them deals and stuff. Because I know how important tutoring can be for a child. I myself was tutored. Both in high school and in college. And it can make or break a kid's career. I mean, I was ready to give up on physics. I was failing out of physics in high school, and then I got a physics tutor, and then I became a physics college grad. So, makes a pretty big deal. Pretty big difference. Yeah, but I fucking hate... No, I need to retract that statement. I don't hate babysitting. I do that for a living right now. Dude, fuck people who make you pay to apply to places. Oh, good. Yay. So, my home is also not set up for babysitting. I would only babysit in the home of the parent. And that's all I've ever done. I don't bring people into my house, ever. Same with tutoring. I would never tutor inside my own house. I would tutor at the school, college location, or I would tutor in the home of the person. Babysitting can go either way. I love newborns. Oh my god. I love newborns. I think there are some ages of children that are particularly annoying. I won't say which ones. I've worked with kids of all ages, okay? You went into school stupid early? Do you mean like... Are you saying like you were like 4 years old or something? Some ages of kids that are annoying? How old is Vanna, by the way? No, actually, I felt the need to actually sit down Vanna, I think it was last week, and tell her how great I think she is, especially for someone of her age. It's true that Vanna, she can't drive just yet. Which is fine. I didn't learn how to drive until I was, I think, 21, 22, 20, I was 22, I think, when I got my license. I think I had just turned 22 when I had got my license, like, by, like, a week. So I don't necessarily think she's too behind on that, but as far as everything else, she is so prepared for a life of her own. She does all of her own laundry, she does all of her own cleaning, she makes all of her own doctor's appointments. I even struggle with making my own doctor's appointments. Like she keeps her space exceptionally clean. She's got wonderful, exceptional time management skills. I think that she would really flourish probably in a college environment. I'm not sure exactly what her plans are for that yet, but she is genuinely a self-sufficient teenager. The only thing that she requires from us is that she needs us to take her to, you know, like whatever doctor's appointments or you know, vet appointments that Fluffy has, or like, you know, to the store or whatever to pick up whatever. And we taught her how to do her taxes this year, so now she knows how to do her taxes. And we've been teaching her how to drive on and off. And we make her dinner. She takes care of her other meals. So literally she's almost completely self-sufficient. She's very hands-off. She's essentially like a roommate living in my house. Like I don't have to be, I mean, there are times when I feel the need to almost parent and be like, hey, like, let's rethink this situation here, because I don't think that this is a particularly good situation. Or here's some advice, unwarranted or like unsolicited, I guess. Me just trying to give her some, you know, life advice that maybe she doesn't realize that she needs because she's just younger. But she's very self-sufficient, and I think that she has a lot of solid life skills to do well on her own, which I would not say that for many people her age. I have had I had boyfriends in my early 20s that didn't know how to do their own laundry. And Van has known how to do her own laundry for years. I had a boyfriend who did not know how to read the instructions on a box of rice. So embarrassing. I want to curse so bad. It was so embarrassing for him, for me to come into the house, or into the apartment, and I was like, what is that burning? And he was like, oh yeah, I'm cooking rice. And I go over and he's steaming the rice. He put it in like a thing, and the water was underneath, and it was just burning it. And I was like, why didn't you follow the instructions on the box? And he's like, well, I don't know. And it's like, use your brain. And some of my old roommates, there are so many college students that drop out of college because they don't know how to take care of themselves. And Vanna is so far ahead of any of those people that I really felt the need to sit her down and say, like, I think that you're in a great space right now. And I'm gonna choke up about it because I felt the need. Okay, I'm gonna get emotional for a second. It's okay to get emotional on stream. It's okay. It's okay. I felt the need to tell her that because I know she's never heard it. And I would have really appreciated if someone had told me that when I was her age. Sorry, we do not have fantastic parents. And I've talked about it before, that we don't have great parents. I think we just passed the 1-year anniversary of me cutting off my mom, actually. Which was a great decision for me. And I that was a good decision for me. That was good. And my dad, he was always the better of the two parents. And I really held on to him for as long as I could because I wanted at least one parent in my life. But he has proven time and time again that he is not a good parent. And most recently, I told him that I voted Democrat in the election, which is no secret. I've talked about my Democratic opinions before. I told him that I voted Democrat in the most recent presidential election, and he has not spoken to me since I told him that I voted Democrat. He has not responded to a single message that I have sent him. And I know how my parents are. I know that my sister, she recently got, like a couple months ago, she got a certificate for fantastic grades. And like her school like sent her a certificate saying, you did this fantastic job because your grades are so good. And she showed my dad and he was like, what's that A- there? He picked out the one thing that wasn't perfect. And he did that to me too when I was a kid. I remember a very specific example of him pointing out an A-. Fuck that. I was a fantastic kid, and I was a teenager, obviously, and teenagers go through their rebellious phases, and I dated people that my parents didn't want me to date, but I never did drugs, I never drank, I never skipped school. I was a good kid. I was involved in theater and student government, and my parents never recognized me for any of that. So I have to give myself my own good jobs and pat on the backs as an adult and say, you did a good job, okay? And I felt the need to sit down Vanna and tell her that she's fantastic because she fucking is, and I know no one's ever told her that. Or at least she's never heard that from mom and dad. So, some of the shit that my mom has said to my sister is just so fucking disgusting. I'm gonna eat my chocolate, and then I'm gonna look at chat, and I'm gonna feel better. Okay? Grandfather here, I know the ages. Yeah. I actually, I met one kid, to backtrack because I'm reading chat now. There was this one kid I used to babysit, and she was 2, and she was behind in a lot of stuff. Like, she wasn't potty trained yet, and she gave a lot of, she had everything was the end of the world to her, but it got to the point where she started calling me mom when I picked her up from preschool, and it was like, because they had to give them, they had to kind of put them in preschool because the parents work, and then they would have me pick up the kids from preschool and then hang out with them until the parents came home, and she would run at me and say mommy when I pick her up, I fucking loved her. They were like, oh yeah, she's the problem child, and I was like, I don't understand, like, she's so great, what are you talking about? I loved her. I really did. I know that some 2-year-olds are a fucking pain, but the only 2-year-olds I've ever worked with have been fantastic. I will say that. I've worked with 2 2-year-olds, and they both made a really positive impact on my life, and they both remembered me after, like, long periods of time. They were wonderful. I loved my 2-year-olds. Oh, like when you were a student or as a teacher, Brant? Because I see you said you went there like an hour or 2 early. I'm just reading that message now. Sorry, that was 10 minutes ago. Okay, I'm still dabbing my tears. I'm so sorry. I try to be honest and vulnerable on stream when the moment arises. I try to be myself. And sometimes that means that I cry. But that's normal. People cry. And if I can be, I don't know, in the people that I've told, like, that I've actually told my story to, because I haven't actually sat down and told the story of my parents' separation and being homeless for a while, I haven't actually told that story from start to finish. I've given, like, little SpaceHuggle lore drops here and there, but I haven't actually told the story. But for the people that I've told the story to, they told me that that it was really inspiring, and it made them feel more, that they weren't crazy about, like, their own parents. Because, like, you see stories online of, like, drug addict parents and parents beating their kids, and it's like, okay, well, I don't have anything that bad, but what I went through was pretty horrific, and it sucked. And I'm working to, and I'm in therapy twice a week. I'm in therapy twice a week to work through this trauma that I experienced, like, 10 years ago. But I think it's important to talk about this stuff sometimes. It's not my whole channel. I know that I'm generally a person that plays games and we have fun and we fuck around and we laugh and we have a good time. But that's not all of me. There's also this side of me that cries sometimes. and does have trauma that she is working through every day. Okay, anyway. You two seem to get along really well. It's always fun to watch. I love playing games with Vanna. I actually reached out, or I don't want to say reached out because she literally lives in the room right next to me. But I asked her if she wanted to play on stream again because I had so much fun the last time that we played together. Pilled MMBB, thank you so much for the follow. So sorry, I'm kind of in an emotional moment right now. We completely derailed stream. We were doing a tier list of every game that I've ever played on stream, and then we kind of derailed a little bit because I'm talking about my sister and how great she is. And how shitty my parents were. But yeah, my sister and I live together, guys, and I offered this as a place for her to stay because of... Alright, I'm gonna give a little lore drop, and I'm not gonna go into it too much because I don't have proof. But I offered this as a place for Vanna to stay after we are like 65 to 70% sure that my mom poisoned her to keep her sick. Almost 65 to 70% sure because Vanna got sick. And, you know, I'm not gonna give any details. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Fuck my mom. My mom will burn in hell. And I'm confident in saying that, okay? Just because a person is your blood relative does not mean that they deserve your respect or a place in your life, okay? But yeah, no, I offered this as a place for my sister to stay because she wanted to leave when she turned 18. And yeah, this has been a great place for her. She has grown so much as a person here. She is so self-sufficient. She has become significantly healthier in her mental and physical well-being. And like, sometimes my mom will come visit, and my mom's not allowed in the house because I cut off my mom, okay? She's not allowed in the house. But I see the difference in my sister when my mom comes to visit. Like, Vanna will come home absolutely fucking drained and be like, I need a nap. I'm exhausted. And Vanna's not a person who takes naps. She has a fantastic sleep schedule. She's always well rested, and she'll be like, I'm so drained, like I need to just... So... Anyway, I'm gonna read chat, alright? So yeah, this is an odd moment for me, Pilled. We derailed, okay? But I'll get back on track, and I'm catching up on chat, so sorry. I'm catching up, I'm sorry. But yes, Vanna and I do get along very well together. She's a fantastic influence on my life, and I would like to say that I'm a great influence on hers, and having her in my life is a joy. And I know that a lot of people don't get along with their siblings, but genuinely, I love my sister very much. I would die for her, and I would kill a man for her. Or a woman. Definitely. She's great. Yeah, so the reason why I didn't learn to drive at 16 was, one, because my mom specifically was really trying to keep me dependent, but then complain that I wasn't independent. Like, she would always complain about driving me to places, but she was never willing to teach me how to drive. Not that I would have wanted to learn from her. She's literally the worst driver I've ever fucking met in my entire life. But also, she put me behind the wheel when I was 8 years old, and it left me with some severe PTSD and trauma. Because she was like, driver, just go, just drive. And I was like, I don't know how to drive. And she's like, just do it. You're fine. It's totally, you just figure it out. And I had nightmares for over a decade about driving after that. And it wasn't until I learned how to drive that those nightmares went away. But I put off driving for so long because of those horrible experiences. And now I actually enjoy driving. In fact, today I took the long way home just so I could jam out to my music a little bit more. On my way home from work. Driving's fun now. I still don't like long drives though. Long drives are miserable. And if you're asking me to drive longer than 45 minutes, please don't. Half hour? Yeah, okay. But more than that, please no. I didn't really learn to drive for a while since I was living somewhere where I could walk everywhere. Yes, that was one of the reasons why I didn't learn to drive when I was in college. Because in college, you could walk everywhere. Like, we had a whole little community where you could walk to all the food things that you would need, and there were buses to take you to the, like, any, like, clothes, mall type of places that you would need, grocery stores, things like that. So I didn't really need to learn to drive. And it wasn't until, until my tutoring career really started ramping up, that I would, because I wanted to start to drive to people's homes and stuff. And also, my grandma was getting sicker, and I wanted to, my grandma always talked about us going to the mall together, and, you know, us just going out to eat, just the two of us, and I would need to drive to do that. So the reason I learned to drive was actually for my grandma. And, I did get to have some lovely moments with her, and I did get to drive her a handful of places before she passed. We didn't end up being able to go to the mall because she was too sick, but I did get to take her to some lovely restaurants. And so it was worth it to learn how to drive, even though it was a really anxiety-inducing experience for me to learn how to drive. For the first dozen times that I drove, I broke down and cried in the car in the driver's seat because I was so worried about crashing, worried about hurting someone, worried about hurting my passenger. But Nathan was the person who taught me how to drive, and he was extremely patient with me and very lovely. And I recommended that he be the one to teach Vanna because of how patient he was. I was like, it shouldn't be me, it should be you because of how wonderful you were with me. Nathan was a great teacher. Very patient. You were driving at 12? Yeah, it's so weird. My oldest now just takes my vehicle to drive to her job and really has to... Oh, I can curse? So I passed or I didn't pass? Because I totally forgot that there was a timer at all. If you can read, you can cook. Anyone can cook. Gusto. Yeah, anyone can cook! Are you quoting Ratatouille? Hell yeah, he is! Congratulations on my cutting off anniversary. Hell yeah! Fuck my mom. Why do girls try to hide their emotions so much? Oddest question, sorry. Yeah, so there are a lot of misogynistic men out there still, especially in America. There's I'm sure it's everywhere, but obviously I live in America, so I'm more exposed to it here. But I find that men like to say, gosh, women are so emotional, and that's just so not true. Men are just as emotional as women, but what men... This is... Okay, I'm gonna stereotype for a second, okay? Women show their emotions in sort of phases. So maybe a woman will cry once a week, but for the most part, like, she's kind of stable. And then, obviously, hormones are kind of crazy during her time of the month. And that's just something that happens. And they can be extremely irritable or upset for no reason. Like, it happens. That's just... Hormonal imbalances are a part of being a woman. But then a man will just shove down all of his emotions and then randomly fucking explode and ruin his relationships. Again, stereotyping. I'm stereotyping for a second, okay? Now, I feel like we're getting to a point where men are allowing themselves to be more emotional or more openly emotional, and I think that that's a great thing, because experiencing like waves of emotions is part of being human, and you should be allowed to feel those emotions and not just push them down, because it's really unhealthy to push them down and then explode. It really, really is. You should feel your emotions, whether they're happy or sad. Allow yourself to feel what you are feeling in the moment. Rather than trying to stop or halt feelings, because that could make things worse for you down the line. So I think it's nice that... So there are some people who still have the stereotypes in their mind that women are emotional, and that they're emotional more frequently, whereas maybe men were emotional less frequently, but to a higher degree. Oh no! Go meow. Go meow. Meow, meow. Okay. Jet, thank you so much for the raid. I love you. You're great. Jet is a fantastic streamer. He's the person who we played Split Fiction with. I am so sorry. I am so behind on chat right now. I am like 15 minutes behind on chat because we went on a whole rant and got completely derailed from stream, and I'm currently catching up. So, thank you so much for the raid. I thoroughly appreciate you. Anyone who has come over with Jet, hi, my name is SpaceHuggle. I play a variety of games on stream. You can take a look here. I am currently making a tier list of every game that I have ever played on stream. It is a whopping 160 games, and I've been streaming for a little less than 3 years. As you can see, I have a beautiful tier list here right now. But we have derailed stream for about the past half hour, and I've been talking about my sister and family and mental health and emotions, so we've been kind of just like chatting a little bit about life and everything. So we probably will chat about that a little bit more before I go back into tier list making, but yeah, I'm a variety streamer. Here are some of my favorite games. I put them up here. I'm sure there will be more because I still have like 70 games left to go in here. There's about 70, I think, left. So I think we're a little over halfway. Yeah, so Minecraft, the Talos, so I love my puzzle games. Talos Principle 1 and 2 are my favorite puzzle games I've ever played on stream. Really, really great puzzle games. I highly recommend if you haven't played them. Split Fiction is in my S tier because it was fucking fantastic, and if you haven't seen Jet and I play Split Fiction, you should totally watch that. The VODs are somewhere. Technically, mine haven't been published yet because I just haven't gotten around to doing so, but Jet's are published, so you can watch Jet's. You should totally do that. You should drop Jet a follow. He's a funny guy, and we're going to collab again in April. I forgot to respond to you about that, Jet, didn't I? I'm so sorry. I will respond, here, Jet, if you're still here, can you send me a text message that just is like, hey, reminder, in just that like little group chat that we have? And I will, after stream, I will look at my calendar and get back to you, because I told you I would get back to you and then I forgot. So, I'll let you know about a time in April when we can do that. I'm thinking later in April. That's my general time frame, and I'll give you some dates. But it's really hard to plan a collaboration when I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. But you're way more organized than me, buddy. Okay, let me see what Jet's saying real quick, and then I'll scroll back up to where we were in chat. Amaralu, welcome. Welcome in. Great to meet you. Pittsburgh Penguins, welcome in. Great to see you. He smells. You got cooked? Who cooked you? Who was it? Was it a skeleton? Skeletons are rough these days, bro. Oh god, Nordstrom says S is S. Oh my god. The witnesses, oh no. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick recap of why I put the witness in the tier that it's currently in. Well, here. This one in particular, this one in particular, does not mean that it's bad. It just means that I didn't enjoy it, but I can recognize that these games are great for the people who love them, but that I didn't like it personally. So that's what this tier means. But I genuinely cannot fathom or understand why people like The Witness. I personally was miserable the whole time I was playing it. I felt like it was pretentious and too philosophical for me, and I didn't like the quote-unquote ending that I got, even though I was told that that's not technically an ending, and that I technically never finished the game, even though I went into the bright light, and then whatever. I probably won't go back, but maybe if people want it enough, maybe I'll go back. But I personally did not like it. Glad we have another Witness enjoyer. Yeah. He got roasted for the last hour. Witness D's nuts, uh-huh. We're here to raid the fridge. Please point us to the kitchen. Welcome in, Night Moon 13. The kitchen's that way. I'm not sure how much will be in the fridge, because I actually did have to throw away a little bit of food today. I was really sad. I went to make a salad for the first time in fucking months. I don't know how long it's been since I ate a salad. It's been way too long. And I went to make a salad and I got really excited because I was like, I'm gonna have cukes. And I understand that maybe you guys don't know what cukes are. I realize that the normal person calls them cucumbers, but I call them cukes. Nathan calls them cukes. We all call them cukes in this household. We call them cukes. Okay? I was like, I'm gonna have some cukes in my salad. And then the cuke was bad. And I was so sad I had to throw away the cuke. Yeah. I love my puzzle games, says the person with the witness in bottom tier. Okay, well, I also have puzzle games in S tier. I'm just particular. Some puzzle games just aren't good, okay? Guys, what is Witness? Is it good? Lost is way more organized. Okay, sure. Let's say that Lost is organized and you're just along for the ride. So who cooked you? Who cooked you, Jet? You might have said, but I'm like 3 minutes behind on chat now. What is The Witness? Is it good? So The Witness, if you don't actually know, if that's a legitimate question and you don't know what The Witness is, it is a puzzle game that is just mazes. The whole puzzle game is mazes, and this is like a 40 to 50 hour commitment of just mazes, okay? Now, sure, they do some interesting things with mazes, but most of it is fucking bullshit, okay? I can't recommend it. I genuinely cannot recommend it. I'm so sorry if you love The Witness. I really, really am. It's just not for me. I did not like it at all. Extremely relaxing, fun puzzler. Nope. It is... you can sit there for 45 minutes staring at a puzzle and not understand, not get it. Now, finishing The Witness is an extremely... There's a big achievement because it's an extremely challenging game, okay? So if you can get your way through The Witness, it's a big achievement. But I would not recommend putting yourself through it. There are so many more fun things that you could do with your time. The Witness did give me, I saw lasers and mazes in my nightmares, yes. Game bad me angry. Okay, so here, I've played a lot of League of Legends and I put it in the same category as The Witness. I have a lot of love for League of Legends and a lot of hate for League of Legends, and that's why it belongs in the same category as The Witness. Cukes? I spell Cukes C-U-K-E-S. We'll go back to talking about mental health and stuff once I've fully caught up with raid shit. I can't deny The Witness was pretentious. Yes, that is the main word I would use to describe The Witness, is pretentious. The puzzles were extremely clever. The person who made the game is definitely an incredibly smart individual. But again, I didn't like it. Cooked you with forehead jokes. Okay. Yeah, Brant spelled it correct. Cucumbers are potential pickles? I like that. Potential pickles. Golf with your friends is a blast if you have collision on. Yes, so here's the thing. I also have a love-hate relationship with Golf with Your Friends. I put it in this category mostly for the meme. Because I feel like it belongs there. But I was just playing Golf with Your Friends like 2 days ago. Yesterday or the day before. What's today? Yesterday was Thursday. Was I streaming yesterday or was I napping yesterday? I think I might have... No, I napped yesterday. It must have been Wednesday? When did we play Golf with Your Friends? It was the last stream. It was the most recent stream. We played some Golf with Your Friends and I had a blast with it. And I personally really enjoy it, but I would never play it solo. I shouldn't find it fun. I really shouldn't, but I do. Playing Witness or going number 2. One is more entertaining than the other. I think one of the things is you're very determined, and I can imagine the Witness being frustrating. I really enjoyed coming to puzzles, having no idea what they were about, and then wandering about, enjoying the mystery. Yes. I think that, so what GB described, and GB is a huge Witness defender in my chat. Hello, Marilyn. I didn't know you were in here. Oh, it's a sweet boy. Oh, there he is. It's Marilyn. He says that I remember the Witness differently than it actually was. Is kind of like what he's trying to get at, and that I remember it by the experiences that I had rather than the concrete of what the actual experience was. So that I should maybe consider going back to it at some point and experiencing it again. But as I mentioned earlier in this stream, there are certain games that I have no desire to go back to, and sure, I might feel differently if I went back to them and played them again, but it's just so low on the priority list that I probably wouldn't, because there are so many new games that I feel like I generally would enjoy, rather than going back to something I did enjoy originally and risk not enjoying a second time. Does that make sense? Was that last night? Shared experience of pain, yeah. Collision's funny, though. It was Wednesday because I had to be up early the next day. Okay, well then it wasn't yesterday. Today is Friday. Marilyn is the magical cat. He is lovely, Lost. I agree. I don't know what he wants. Marilyn, what do you want? Hi. He's my baby. He freaks out whenever I leave the house, and then he screams at me when I come home to be picked up, because he's like, how dare you have left me? I need to be literally up against your skin to feel better. That's how he acts whenever I come home. He's always like, freaks out. He's like, I cannot believe that you left me, even if it's for like 20 minutes just to like go to the store and come back. He's like, I can't believe you left me. Pick me up and hold me, or I will scream. That is Merlin. 24-hour Witness marathon, I would die. I love how you can pick up a cat and they have their arms stuck out and a grumpy look on their face. Yeah. Yes, I did play Inscription. It is in S tier. I thoroughly enjoyed Inscription. Inscription was great. Okay, I'm finally caught up on chat. I can't believe it. So now I'll have to go back to before the raid. I'll have to scroll all the way up. So that we can... Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so, I do feel passionately about where these are, for the most part. I feel very passionately about where I place these things. And if you think that if you think something's in the wrong place, I will totally debate you about it. Now, obviously, these are all my opinions, right? These are just my opinions. And there is a reason why everything is in the place that it is. And I think that most of these games, at least in this section, that might be fun but not for me, I might give another try at some point in my streaming career. Again, not a priority, but maybe at some point. Maybe at some point. And here are the ones that we haven't done yet. I think like I said, I think we have like roughly 70 left out of the 160 we had originally. But yeah, I very much am a variety streamer. I play a lot of games that people have never heard of in their lives, and also games that are very popular, like Split Fiction. So hey, if that appeals to you, you should drop me a follow, you know? Following is free! And if you really don't want to see my content, but you want to support, you can always turn off my notifications, but hey, I love it if you spend time here. But we got completely derailed, prior to the raid. We got completely derailed because I was talking about my sister, who lives with me, and how wonderful she is, and I was dropping some Jess lore about my parents, and kind of how they really sucked growing up, and I felt the need to sit down my sister and tell her how fantastic she was last week, because it kind of hit me that she maybe has never been told that, and I feel pretty confident that she's probably never been told how wonderful she is. Especially by like an authority figure like our parents. I don't think they've ever sat her down and been like, I think you're great. And I think that you should be proud of yourself, like things like that. And I feel like that's really important for someone who's young to hear. And she's 19. So I sat her down and I told her how wonderful I think she is, and that I feel like she's so far ahead of some people her age, and I feel like she's emotionally intelligent and great time management skills, and I feel like she's very prepared for life on her own whenever she's ready for that. I feel like she's ahead of like I said, ahead of most people her age, because a lot of people that I went to college with like didn't even know how to do their own laundry and couldn't even remember to shower. So I think she's better than that, you know? And those people were older than her. So what's a shower? Let her know that we think she's great as well. I will! Let me text her right now. Oh, Vanna texted me and said she just hit— wow, that's crazy. She just hit 100k views for the first time on a given video. It looks like maybe Instagram. Congratulations. Vanna is also a content creator if you are interested in my sister. She makes— let me make sure that's right. Yeah. So she makes ASMR content for YouTube, and she does like Valorant and horror gameplay on Twitch. And she only streams twice a week, but so she streams Tuesdays and Fridays, and then she posts like 4 times a week on her YouTube, and she posts on Instagram and shit all the time. Like she's very active on social media, way more active than I am. So, oh wait, hold on. I told her congratulations and then I forgot to tell her. By the way, my chat says they think you're great. Showering nerfs your computer science ability. You know what's so funny? It was always the comp sci people. It was always comp sci and engineers who always smelled bad at my college. Not to generalize, but I went to a science college, and it was always the engineers and it was specifically the comp sci students that would just not shower. What is up with that? Oh, just DM. Just DM'd her. Yeah, other forms of engineering, yep. You played Frog— I did play Frog Fractions. The VOD is uploaded but not posted because I don't have a thumbnail for it yet. I'll let you know when it goes up. I don't think it's available on Twitch anymore because I think it was more than 2 months ago. Or maybe I can just make it unlisted. Here, I'll do that for you. If you really want it, here's what I'll do. I'll just quick make it— no, it's not for kids. Unlisted. If you desperately want to see if you desperately want to see my Frog Fractions VOD, there you go. But there's no thumbnail for it yet, and I don't even have a description in there or any tags or anything, okay? So no judgment. But yeah, I did play Frog Fractions. That's where this lovely sound came from. Hold on. That's where this came from. Bug porn. Yeah, no, you can complain all you want. You can complain. It's okay. Opinions can be wrong sometimes, but they are my opinion. No way Echo finds Inscription scary. Are you out of your mind? I am someone who does not play horror games. Period, underlined, bolded. Like, and italicized. I don't play horror games, and Inscription was fine. Inscription was awesome. It was cool. It had like maybe like a spooky, creepy vibe to it, but it was not scary. There was not a single jump scare. Nothing about it was scary at all. Nothing was scary. If anything, it was like, if it was scary in like a sort of, so you know like how, no wait, no, I can't say that, that's a spoiler. Doki Doki's been out long enough, but I don't want to spoil it. When Inscription kind of moves into like some of the real life stuff, that's a little spooky, but it's not scary, no. X like life is over when she's gone and then mauls her when she gets home. Yep, that's Merlin. That's Merlin. Yeah, people complained a lot about my Disney movie tier list. I know that some of the movies I put in that I'd never watched, but I did watch WALL-E for the first time. I think it was last week, and I really loved it. WALL-E was fantastic, and I literally was like, I like cried a little bit. I was like, oh, WALL-E's emotional? That's crazy. WALL-E was great. Eva! Loved WALL-E. There's a streamer my age that didn't know what a 9-volt battery was or how to change a battery in a smoke detector, so let that be a benchmark on how your sister's doing, yeah? Suggestion for Vanna Marvel Rivals. Hi Merlin. I don't think that Vanna, so Vanna went on a whole spiel in one of my streams about how she's not willing to get into another free-to-play game. I don't remember her reasoning, but I'm in the same boat. I'm not gonna play Marvel Rivals either because I'm not interested in getting, don't do that, honey, don't do that. No, oh my god, he wants to be pet so bad he's like flopping onto my keyboard, so I've kind of had to hold him up a little bit. Testing. I love you, Merlin. I know, you're a mama's boy. I know. Oh no, don't flop on the keyboard. Don't flop on the keyboard. Do you want to text everyone a message? You can text everyone a message if you really, really want to. I'll let you. As long as you're not going to end my stream. You did try to end my stream a couple days ago. Oh, no mustache. But I am not willing to get into another free-to-play game right now because I am not good with not spending money on free-to-play games. I always spend money on free-to-play games, and I fall into that trap, and I'm just not willing to put myself through that. I love you. Yes, a good boy. Oh my goodness. Be careful. You're knocking things over. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, he's doing things. Hold on, he's doing things. I need a cat perch for stream. They wouldn't use it. They just want to be on my keyboard, bro. They just want to be on my keyboard. Yeah, I love you. Good boy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You're such a sweet. I wish I could show you what he's doing right now, but he's just like, he flopped over onto my mouse and is showing me his belly. Yeah, I love you. Good boy. Oh my goodness. If it's heated, they would. That's true. That's true. Oh, good boy. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. I have a secondary camera somewhere, but it's not plugged in, I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't have my secondary webcam plugged in right now, so I can't really show you what he's doing, unfortunately. Good boy, Marilyn. Oh, let's go unlisted frog fractions. No problem, Half. Anything for you. Half is literally, did I tell you, Half, that you are my oldest follower that still comes around? Technically, you're the oldest follower that still comes around consistently. Like sometimes, like some people will drop by and just like say hello, but you're my oldest follower that comes around all the time. Isn't that amazing? Very cool, very cool. But yeah, I can't get into a new free-to-play game. I already play League, I already play Fortnite, and Vanna wants me to get into Valorant so that we can spend more time together. So if I'm gonna get into something, it's gonna be Valorant and not Marvel Rivals, just so I can spend time with Vanna. I've asked Vanna to get into Fortnite, and she's not willing to. Yeah, look at that sub! Thank you, Fate! Gifted to Half Master, he deserves it. He deserves it. Good boy! Oh my goodness, Merlin! Oh my goodness! He's so good! You're such a pain in my ass, and I love you dearly. You're such a pain. Oh my goodness. I can't, like, if I screw with the camera, I can't screw with the camera because it's perfect, and I'm never gonna get it right ever again. I can't screw with the camera. It's such a shame that you guys can't see him. I don't really think that person should be a measuring stick for anything. True. Man is awesome. Question, who's man? I'm just kidding. Younger generation says text, and I think phone. Yeah, no. I use Discord almost exclusively for text messaging. Other than my boss. And if I ever text my parents, those are the only people that I text, like, not on Discord. Oh, and my therapist. Those are the only people that I text for real. Discord is just so much easier for me. Valorant and horror ASMR. Marilyn, you're covering chat. I can't see. Oh, no, don't step. Yeah, come on. Boy. Oh, you can just... Oh, very nice. You can sit right here. Yeah, this is a space for Marilyn. Special boy, Marilyn. Very good. I know you don't like the bright lights. I know. Holy shit, it's after midnight. When did that happen? When did that happen? Ah, shit. Oh, it's basically time for you to eat then, huh? You need to eat. Oh, pretty boy. Hey, human. Scratch me. Oh, yes. Marilyn. Yes, Marilyn, do indeed. Marilyn, indeed. You're a good boy. Such a good boy. Wow. Isn't he so good, guys? Use phone with pics to post. True. What about the garbage man? Time flies when you're just chatting. Yeah, I suppose so. You're such a good boy. I love this boy. You're my good boy. Yeah, this boy. You're my favorite boy. You're my favorite. Yeah, he's a sweet boy. Okay, now I will actually scroll back up and read those messages from earlier, as long as they're still there. It looks like those messages are gone. I can't get back that far. Unless... Hold on. I don't know how far it will let me go up here. No, it won't. That's so sad. I'm so sorry I missed all those messages, guys. I just... we just finally were getting back to them. Well, it's fine. Tomorrow's Saturday. It's whatever. So I'm so sorry I missed some of your messages. I know that we were talking about mental health, and I saw someone say something about you deserve good parents, but I didn't get a chance to read the whole message. Maybe I can, like, go back in the stream and read them after stream. I'll do that. Because that was, like... How long ago? Okay, so it was like 11:30. So around the 3-hour 30 mark. Yeah, I'll go back. I'll remember that. No, I won't. I'll write it down. That's true. I could do that. Maybe I'll just post them in general, though. If anyone remembers... Here, I know, we're in an ad now. If anyone remembers a question they asked that I didn't get to. Feel free to ask again, and I will answer when ad is over. I love you, Merlin. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. I would kill a man for Merlin. If anyone ever laid hands on Merlin, I would throw hands. Why is the sky blue-ish? Look, we can get into the science of that all you want, but it's not my specialty. It's not really a physics question. It's not really a physics question. Not really. But yeah, I guess maybe to just wrap up what we were talking about is that, we still are definitely in a time where men showing emotion is weird to some people. But I would much rather... I think that showing emotion is a powerful trait. So if a man showed emotion around me, I would feel special that he felt comfortable enough to show me that, and that he was willing to open up in that way. And I would encourage that type of behavior. Because there are men and women alike who will discourage that type of behavior, because it makes the man seem weak in their eyes, which I don't fully support. I think that everyone should be able to show their emotions however they feel, in whatever healthy way that they choose, whether that means crying from time to time, or ranting about something that has made them upset, instead of just bottling things up and not talking about things that are making you upset or things that are affecting you in some way. I think I talk about this quite a lot, that from a psychological standpoint, I'm a firm believer in that, like, the way that your parents have raised you affect you as an adult, either in your behavior or how you build your relationships with people. And that definitely is true for me. And like I said earlier in the stream, Nathan is one of 2 good men that I've ever really had in my life, in a romantic, capacity. Okay? Because Nathan, this is one thing that Nathan and I don't quite agree on, because he just doesn't get it, because he had good parents. But your parents, it is such a huge responsibility to have children, because your parents are your staple of what you think a healthy relationship should look like with friends or lovers. So if your parents treat you poorly, then you're gonna put up with your friends and your lovers treating you poorly because you think that that's normal. Until you then realize that that's not normal, and you have higher standards for yourself. And it took me a really long time to get to the point where I had higher standards for myself. And at some point, I'm not sure when, but at some point, I do plan on sharing some things with stream that... I have to sneeze. That I'm not generally open about, things that have happened in past relationships, things that keep things that, heavier things that I don't normally talk about, things that I went through in my late teenage, early 20s, because I think that they're important to talk about. I think I will wait for the right moment, and that moment is not today. But I genuinely feel like your relationship, like, you know how there's that stereotype of, like, men will look at a woman and be like, she doesn't have a dad? Do you know what I'm talking about? How people will kind of make those, like, generalized, like, those comments and those stereotypical shit. And it's not always true, but it's true more often than not, which hurts the stereotype. And I hate to say that I'm like part of that group. Like, my dad was extremely absent when I was younger, and not supportive in my late teenage, early adulthood years, which severely affected my relationships with men, what I tolerated from men, what I continued to tolerate from men despite them pulling the same shit over and over and over again. Because my parents taught me that life is a certain way, and it wasn't that way. And it wasn't until I realized that I needed to have higher standards for myself. And then I met Nathan. Yes, sharing things with people you trust. Yes. I've only ever broken down in public. I probably could count the times on one hand, and people have generally been nice to me about it. There was this one example I can remember specifically where I accidentally boarded the wrong bus, and it took me to a completely, like, to a part of town I literally was not familiar with, and I couldn't drive. I didn't know how to get home. And this, I would not recommend this, but this nice family offered me a ride, and I took it home. Don't accept rides from strangers. I didn't have any other options at the time, and to be fair, they did have children in the car, so I felt a little bit more safe than if it was just some random man that was like, get in my car and I'll take you home. But it was a woman with two sons, and I was like, you know what? Okay. Yeah, sure. I literally have no other way to get home. So yes, I will take a ride. But that is one of the only times that I can remember actually breaking down and crying in public. And they were incredibly nice to me, someone I didn't even know. But if it was a man, I bet it probably would have gone differently. I bet they probably would have seen that situation differently and wouldn't have necessarily offered me a ride. They would have been like, who's that weird man crying? Probably. I know that oversharing can be dangerous. Although I have, it is really important to talk about certain things, and there are moments, there is sometimes the right moment to talk about stuff, and sometimes I don't know when that right moment is, but I feel like there are things that I will have to talk about at some point just because it's important. And, like, it's important to talk about shit that I went through with my parents because I've been told before that my story is inspiring and that it's helped other people work through some of their shit. And I know that I don't have the worst story of a parents ever, but it's definitely not good. And I agree with people. If I look back, I think, how the fuck did I do that? How the fuck did I make it through that? How did I pick myself up from oblivion and make a life for myself. How did I do it? And I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm more resilient than I give myself credit for. But I do think, like I said, I really felt like it was important to tell Vanna how amazing she was, or how amazing she is. Because I know Mom and Dad have never said that shit. No, they've been horrible to the both of us. My dad called me a lost cause when I was 16. When I was 17, he told me he was gonna kick me out when I was 18 because I was a brat child. When in reality, I just was trying to stick up for me and my sister. But Dad had no idea what was going on at home because he was not around. So, he thought I was making shit up. So, and my dad did apologize for all of his poor behavior, which is why I have kept him in my life these last 8 years since my parents separated, because he was not a good man when they were together. But it can be argued that he's still not a good man. So, an apology doesn't fix everything. I return, what's the topic now? Oh, I was backtracking to when we were talking about mental health, and I missed a bunch of messages in there because we got a raid. But I kind of backtracked to talking to what we were talking about before the raid. My wife and I both had abusive parents. She lectures me anytime I say mine wasn't as bad as hers. It's not a contest. True. And I was always raised to believe that it is a contest, and that it's just so not true. Like, anytime anything bad would ever happen to me in my life, my mom would be like, at least you don't have cancer. And it's like, okay, but this fucking sucks right now. Why can't we acknowledge that this sucks? Just because it's not worse doesn't mean that it's not bad. But I don't want to give you guys the wrong idea and make you like believe that something horrific happened to me, which yes, but it there are a lot of people out there who have been through worse situations, and hey, good boy, what are you meowing about over there? But that doesn't mean that what my sister and I went through wasn't hell on earth. Especially for us. Because, like, one person's hell on earth is different from another person's hell on earth. And some people are able to put up with a lot more bullshit because they're just more resilient. But we were pushed to our limits and beyond. I hear what you're saying about the VIP, and I know that oversharing can be dangerous. I am aware, and I still think it's important. I think it's important. And obviously I won't give, like, crazy details that would let people figure out exactly what my full name and address is, obviously. There was one person in Vanna's community that completely crashed the fuck out when she wouldn't give out her social security number. Can you believe some people feel entitled to that? Can you imagine? Don't ever give out your social security number to anyone. Anyone. Unless it's required for, like, a government document, you know? But don't just give it to some person on the internet. Trick's on you. Marlon already gave us your full name and address. You know, I don't speak cat, so you're right. He probably did. He probably said, come help me. They haven't fed me dinner. I live at this address. Help. My mom's name is this. I'm being abused. Merlin is so dramatic. He's so dramatic. He acts like he hasn't eaten in 2 weeks. And it's been 3 hours. He's ridiculous. Yeah, like what? And he got so upset. He got so upset when she wouldn't give it to him. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? So like, I wouldn't give out any identifying information, but talking about experiences that has happened in somebody, talking about experiences that have happened in your life, I think are important, especially when they can inspire and influence others. And I've already done that a little bit with streaming. Like, I had viewers before that are like, when you talk about this, I just don't understand. Can you explain? And then I explain to them an experience that happened to me that made me feel a certain way about a certain game or whatever. And they're like, wow, I never thought about it that way. That's happened. That's true. And those things were generally more private, like in the Discord, but I do think that in certain cases things should be talked about on stream. And I don't want to talk about my secret project too much because I don't want to, like, I feel like I should eventually stream about it so that I do feel forced to do it, but I don't want to put a date on it because I need to be ready when I put it out. But I've been talking a little bit here and there about a secret project that I've been working on since, like,
Secret tunnel through the mountains. Secret tunnel. Yeah.
So, I've been working on a secret project since, like, mid-October. And it's a really big deal for me. It's really hard for me to put this content out into the world, and it is a major undertaking that I don't want to give too many details because I don't want people to start being like, is it this? And then I'll have to be like, I'm not going to answer any questions about it. Do it, Fate. I support you. I support you. No. I will not be selling foot pics. I am! How did you know? Yeah, I have this major undertaking project that I've been working on since mid-October. I don't know how long that's been. Fucking 6 months, I don't know. No! 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 No, I'm not doing that. It is content that I will be giving away for free, but not that kind of content, no. It is going to eventually be a stream that becomes YouTube stuff. It's a whole thing. Oh man, I've been eating chocolate. I forgot Nathan was cooking dinner. Thank you. Hi. I'm talking about my secret project without telling people what my secret project is, and I don't know how to describe my secret project without giving it away. It's a huge undertaking, okay? So my goal right now is like July. But July is rapidly approaching, guys. So July might be too early. We'll give it a code name. Okay, what's the code name? What's the code name for secret project? Egg roll! I love it. Okay, I'm working on egg roll. Love it. A Nathan command to praise him. SpaceHuggle, yes. It's my species name. I don't know, I've been found out. So, yeah, so the goal for egg roll right now is like July. And it is a collaborative project as well that multiple people are helping me with. So it's gonna be a big deal. But I am it's very important to me that it that it's perfect when it comes out, okay? But I feel like I have to keep talking about it to force myself to actually finish it, because I'm gonna get so trapped in my own head about whether or not it's good enough. I guarantee it. I literally was just thinking about that today. I was like, what if it's not good enough? Should I even still do it? I'm like, yes, fuck off. Yes, you should, yes, still do it. What do you mean? I've talked about this project only vaguely, and this is the first time I've mentioned that it's partially collaborative. No one that knows what the people who know what it is, there are 4 people who know that are not me. I'm keeping it, and one of them's my therapist. It's really under wraps. Very, very under wraps. So once anyone knows, everyone will know, so... Actually, I guess technically a 5th person knows by the transitive property. Good night, writer! Yes, it is getting really late. Let's do a little bit more tier list before we go to bed, okay? Just a little bit more tier list before we stop for the night. I know it's 12:30. We did really start late today, and we've been chatting for forever, and I love chatting with you guys and having moments where we have heart-to-hearts, but we've been neglecting this. We've been neglecting the tier list for about an hour. So, let's do just a couple more. And then I will go watch my Yellow Jackets and go to bed. But thanks for being here, writer. And thank you for the code word. I love it. You got it. Organ transplants. Alright. Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune is a Switch game. And here's the thing about Wheel of Fortune, is I love the idea of Wheel of Fortune. I don't actually enjoy it at all. Because if I'm gonna play with anyone, it's gonna be with Nathan, and Nathan just completely destroys me every single time I play. There is a VOD of me and Nathan sitting together on stream. I don't think he really wants me to advertise that, but it's like the only VOD that he's ever been in. And it is on my YouTube. And he just absolutely destroyed. Why did I keep hitting bankrupts and not having turns? Because he was completing it so fast. I don't know. It was a miserable experience for me. I practically begged him to play, and then I ended up having a terrible time. Scooby-Doo! Yes, a Scooby-Doo! Indeed, Scooby-Doo. Oh my god, now all my tissues have Merlin's hair on it because he fell on it when he was asking for pets. Yes! That stream was hilarious! It was hilarious! So here's the thing, I love Wheel of Fortune, but it's a miserable experience. So I feel like I have to put it in here. I feel like I have to put it in here because I love the idea of it. I don't actually enjoy it. Speaking of things that I love the idea of, does anyone own Monopoly and will you play with me? I just want to play Monopoly with somebody. Oh, I accidentally ripped out my hair. Yes, every single time I like did anything, I just would hit bankrupt. It was like fucking rigged board. So I love the idea of Wheel of Fortune. Didn't actually enjoy it. But I did get a lot of good laughs that day. Which Monopoly? Oh, let me tell you. Let me tell you. This is the one that I have. Do you have this one? Do you have it? Oh my god. Do you have this game? I would literally kill to play with this with somebody. No one will play with me. No one will play Monopoly with me. Wait a minute. 2 friends have played previously. Souls and stuff on that list. Okay. Windbound. This is so old, I don't have the VODs for this. This is a really old game. Technically, I never finished it. I think I got to like the very end and stopped. Windbound was actually really interesting. I think it was good. It's like kind of survival, and then you work up to a certain point, and then you have some sort of like a cool like raft thing where you have to like dodge rocks and stuff, and then fight a boss, but I don't even know if it's a real boss. Like I can't quite remember. Oh, hi, honey. It's Marilyn. Marilyn's back. This is Mama's dinner. You can't have this. Mama's dinner. Hi. Good boy. Why are you wet? Why are you wet? But I really did like Windbound. I think I've been wanting to finish it for ages, and I just haven't gotten around. I probably should just restart it from scratch, because it's been freaking 2.5 years since I played it. Marilyn, that's Mama's dinner. You can't have that. Mama's. So I think I'm gonna stick it definitely above Valheim, I think. I think it's gonna go in C tier, because I don't necessarily think that... Marilyn, you keep pulling on my headphones. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, can I have this? Just give me that. Thank you. You can sit. You can sit. You're a good boy. You can sit. I just needed this. You really don't want to sit on my lap unless you're pulling my earbuds out of my ears. Fucking nuisance. Okay, I think Windbound is gonna go in C tier, but on like the higher end of C tier, I would say. I think I'm gonna put it just above Event Zero, because I actually really did like it. And there was... I don't remember the story at all, but this is something I would replay at some point, I think. I would do this again. I had a lot of fun with it, and it's been so long that I don't remember it at all. But I remember I enjoyed it. So I would like to give that another try at some point. Now, Witchtastic, I had so much fun with this game. I laughed so hard I couldn't breathe. I don't know if it, I wouldn't say it necessarily deserves S tier, but I had a lot of fun with it. I'm trying to remember things about it specifically that I enjoyed. So yeah, it was like, it's kind of, so this game is like Overcooked in the sense that like you're making things, but it's like potions and stuff because you're a witch. I still have this VOD saved on my computer, just in case I want to turn it into a YouTube video, but it is posted on my VOD channel as well. It was a complete blast. I had so much fun. It doesn't have replay value, really. I mean, I guess you could if you really wanted to, but... I'm gonna... I think I want to stick it in B tier above Overcooked. Because I laughed at this game so much more than I ever would have laughed at Overcooked. And... maybe I'm gonna put it above Storyteller as well. I think that's where I think that's a good spot for it, to be honest. Bye, Marilyn. Because I think Obra Dinn is better. But I think this is a solid spot for it. I really did enjoy this game thoroughly. I wouldn't really say it's got replay value. I mean, I get like in the same way that Overcooked has replay value, which task technically does, I guess. But I like this better than Overcooked generally. Really fun stream. Okay, Balatro. Alright, I think we'll do 3 more. We'll do 3 more and then we'll stop. So we'll do Balatro, Between Horizons, and Bread and Fred. That's what we'll do. And then we'll leave Claws and Chaos and the rest of these for the, hopefully, the final installment of the tier list. So, Balatro. See, I only played Balatro once on stream. I would like to play it more. But I don't have the same addiction and attraction that everyone else has to Balatro. I don't know where to put it. I feel like there's a solid amount of gamers who would put Balatro in S tier. But that's just not true for me. I mean, you do play it a lot, Zoldan. I have not played it nearly as much as you have. I think I maybe have like 3 hours in it at most. I only gave it 1 stream, which I would like to play it more at some point. It's on my to-do list. I want to play it more at some point. I just haven't. It's a fun game. Would I choose it over other games? Not necessarily. It depends on the game I'm comparing it to. But compared to the other games that I have on my docket right now, I wouldn't necessarily choose Balatro over those. B for Balatro. I think it belongs in B tier. Where in B tier? I feel like people are gonna be so pissed if I put Balatro below Uno, but that's a given. I'm gonna put Uno above Balatro probably every time. That's gonna make people so upset. I enjoyed Oberdin more than I enjoy Balatro. And I just talked about how much fun I had with Witchtastic, so I feel like the fun aspects outweighs the replayability of Balatro. I will put it here. Do I want it? I know that we're gonna have to do some reorganizing once we're actually done with everything. We might need to move some things around. Like, once we're done putting all 160 games in here, we will reorganize and, like, go through and be like, okay, my S tier, is this really the order that I want? And just kind of, like, make small adjustments if I feel like it. The most adjustments are gonna happen in B and C tier because there's just so many in here. So I probably will adjust Balatro. I can't decide if I want Balatro. I feel like Balatro is better than Storyteller, but I don't know if it was necessarily better than We Were Here Forever, which We Were Here Forever is so much lower that I just don't know. I'll leave it for now. Okay, so Between Horizons, I actually really enjoyed. I loved the mystery. I loved the graphics. Like, the visual art style was really great, in my opinion. I loved the story. I genuinely had so much fun with this, and it was gifted to me for free by the developers. I can't recommend this game enough. If you love a good mystery and you like space, this is a really solid game. I think it belongs in, like, high B. I borderline want to put it here. Did I like it more than The Walking Dead? I have such positive memories from this game. As far as games that I've been gifted for free, I feel like Enshrouded has by far been my favorite. That's the one I've gotten the most out of. But Between Horizons is probably the second. I mean, I'm really enjoying Atomic Picnic right now. Oh, well, you know, okay, there's also Claws and Chaos. Let's not forget about Claws and Chaos. I got that one for free. And that's gonna be pretty high up on the list, too. Okay. You know what? I think this is a good spot for it. I genuinely thought the story was really solid. I really loved the mystery. I loved, like, I genuinely loved pretty much everything about this. I really did. Honestly, no complaints. Atomic Picnic has bugs. This didn't have anything. There's nothing wrong with this. The only reason Phasmo's above it is because I'm really into Phasmo right now, and Phasmo has a lot of replayability, which Between Horizons is, it's a one and done. I think I might go back to it to get achievements, though, because I think I have that in achievement hunting. I do. And I'm kind of close, too. But this honestly was great. Really was. I really liked it. Okay. Bread and Fred. No, I got... Bread and Fred is... It looks so cute, but don't be misled. It is a platforming game where you are attached to another person. It is co-op. It is miserable. It's so miserable. Why? How? Like, there's no way anyone finds that fun. Is there anyone out there that actually enjoys Bread and Fred? Like, at least The Witness, some people will come out of the woodwork and say The Witness is fantastic, or The Witness is S tier, or The Witness is great. I've never heard a single person say they love Bread and Fred. That's where it belongs. I don't like platforming, and I was lucky enough to play it with my sister, who's great. She's funny, so she made it less painful, but I would never go back. Never will go back. No, it's in games to return to if you hate yourself. No, Bread and Fred. Right there. Yeah, so where are we at? So this is it's 9 per, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 9 times 7 is 63. So we got through just under 40 today. And we also we did just under 40. And we also got, what's the word? Distracted for about an hour. So I think... Yeah, Sid, I can't recommend Australia for you, man. I really can't. Internet speeds. You might as well kiss your internet goodbye. But yeah, I think that we could probably finish this in one more stream. I think one more stream, if we stay on task, I think one more stream we can make it happen. If we do one more 5-hour stream, I think we could maybe make it happen. I really think so. Especially because some of these we could get through kind of quickly. Like if I just put all the Tomb Raiders together. Yeah, I kind of already have an idea of where a lot of these will go. So, and a lot of these, and what's left is things that I've played more recently, so it's going to be much easier. Because some of these are really old, like I haven't played them in 2.5 years, so it's kind of hard for me to remember. But a lot of the stuff that's left is more recent, so I think it'll be much easier for me. This is a solid list so far. I think I'm so glad that we're finally doing this. So, let me see, is anyone streaming right now? Let's see if we can raid anyone. Got a couple people playing Repo. Couple people playing Repo. Oh my god, a lot of people. How is everyone playing Repo for? 4 people playing Repo. I can't recall how we know some of these people. Who is this? Is this a girl? Do I know you? How do I know you? Oh, oh, cause she raided us. Okay, so then let's raid her. Alright, so I'm going to raid this person called Susano. It appears that she raided us sometime in the last 30 days, which means that we probably have not raided this person before, so, let's do that. Let's show her some support. She's playing Repo, which is a very popular game right now. It's kind of like Lethal Company, except people argue that it's better than Lethal Company. I personally haven't played it. People have been asking me to get it. I don't know if I'm gonna. We'll see. I know it's on the cheaper side, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's for me. But I really appreciate you all being here. We will be streaming tomorrow and Sunday. I don't know exactly which times yet, but I will let you all know. I really appreciate you guys all hanging out, and being around for me, and you know, hanging out while we've been, you know, a little bit emotional today. So I appreciate you all sticking through it, and we will finish up the tier list in one more stream, whether that's tomorrow or not tomorrow. It depends on what I'm feeling tomorrow, whether or not we finish the tier list tomorrow or a different day. So let's just go say hello to this person and copy that raid message. If you're a subscriber, take the top one. If you're a follower, take the bottom one. Yeah, thanks. I will enjoy Yellow Jackets, thank you. Bye, guys. Have a good night.